Everything seems to be so delayed. It is crazy. Well, Colin, I hope you're good. I hope you had a good Tuesday, that your week is pretty good so far. We have some news, not too much news as always for the past few weeks, because I can't give you the news. I'm so sad. Maybe we'll go over the file. I don't know. I just over it without talking about the project, but I have so much doubts. I have found something that might be interesting to Jan or Stony, so you will see if that is something that is, you know, cool as a concept. And then there are things for Dapshi specifically that are potentially good. There's some things for Techie as always, because we have a ton of small mascots type of situations that are pretty good that could be used on Kyoto. So we'll see about that. Um, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I'm a bit of a mess when it comes to the current project and the thing that I'm currently working on, and the thing that I need to do in terms of the stream title of the day is the reality of things. I am currently unsure about the direction that we're going with that client. I The deadline is officially uh, next week. And I don't know why, but something in me is telling me that we are not the direction that we have selected isn't the correct one, which is really bad. I mean, it's not really bad, but it's really bad, like we are going towards something that feels okay and works for us, but it also doesn't necessarily work for the target audience, or isn't necessarily aligned with what we have as a target audience. So that's the situation that I have right now. I'm like, I don't know. I don't know if that makes sense. I don't know if it makes sense to do the thing that I've done today, which is basically restart from scratch, kind of, not really, to see if we can have something out of it that is good enough, at least from a review point of view for tomorrow with the client. Um, but yeah, it's a big ass debate. It's an internal debate, so that's good. Like it doesn't need anything, but it is not the best also. Grizz, come on in. It is indeed pointless. It's a bit of a sad thing. I wish I could have like a better gut feeling, because both work and both things are good. The gut feeling that I have for the direction that I wanted the project to go on in the first place is true and untrue at the same time, but it didn't match with the client vibe, so therefore we went away, and now the one that we are going toward is similar-ish. Um, but again, we are targeting like Gen Z and Gen Alpha, and the design that we're going toward right now is roughly, or more, at least from my point of view, millennial slash, yeah, kind of millennial type of thing, which I don't think vibes with the Gen Z and Gen Alpha, even though Gen Alpha is copying millennials for most of their things and dissing their content, but recreating the same thing. So I don't know. It's complicated. It is complicated, but we'll see. We'll see. I have a meeting tomorrow. We'll see if that is going, if that works. But yeah, it's kind of sad. The thing that we have so far, and that I'm gonna, as I said last time, gonna stay far away. This is the this is the research phase, page one, with all of the mess. Most of these is just like logo research, references, extraction from Claude, and seeing what exists. And then if we go with this is like a bit more Kyoto related, so that's why Teiki was really useful at this point. Um, but then we went with a lot more research on the logos and the UI kit itself, And then now I've been spending, feel like the past 2 weeks on the logo in the direction that we wanted to go forwards with. Like most of these are variations of the same thing. And it's been not good enough. So right now I'm going into a very, very direct, like different direction. I bring back some of my weird exploration from last year, which I don't think would work for that use case. This is a very much Fanta slash Brazilian logos thing, which I think is good. I think it's a fun thing to have, but it doesn't match with the target audience and the goals. Um, but yeah, one of the feedback that the client slash not client, but like client audience on Blue Sky and Twitter have been saying is that the letter work that we've done for the logo in the first place, the one that kind of won us over at some point, looks like another letter, and therefore people had a very hard time reading, which is obviously for me it feels wrong and it doesn't feels like something is hard to read, but I can see how they could see it as hard to read. Um, but yeah, so all of that is kind of complicated and it's not working as expected. And again, mainly because of the amount of like research and thing that we have wasted on. It's not it's not progressing as good as I want it to progress, and it doesn't seems to go in the direction in which it's supposed to go. And then the thing that we have here, which I kind of disagree with, but like the Gen Z and Gen Alpha style guides slash mood boards that I have are not necessarily uh, I'm not necessarily in agreement with them. I think they are okay, but I feel like they are also kind of coded in a way that is not exactly good. So most of the Gen Alpha thing that we have right now at least, are memes and very childish stuff. Because obviously, to me, Gen Alpha are children's and Gen Z are children's as well, but like not as much. And so their own representation of the mood board that I could create doesn't really exist. Like we don't have a ton of things that can represent the generation just yet. Whereas Gen Z we have more, but it's still like not as refined than we had in millennials, and that's the reason why it's kind of complicated. It is kind of complicated, but yeah, when you look at both side by side, it's just like this is fine, but it's probably like past design. Like this needs to be reworked, and then the Gen Alpha is just weird. I don't mind it, but it's just weird. So I don't know. It's it's kind of complicated. Like this one doesn't feel like a Gen Alpha thing. This feels like obviously there is Gen Z in the center, but it feels like a mix in between millennials and Gen Z rather than Gen Alpha per se. So that's complicated things. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know where in which direction I want to go. That's the thing. That is the thing. We had like very interesting reference that we kind of talked about. Like shit like this were really good, but also very much millennial coded. And things like these are also very much in alignment with what we like. But I don't think it works for younger audience. I think it works for older Gen Z, but not enough. So I don't know. I don't know. Anyways, Grizz, how's the website going? Have you made some progress on that? Or that? Some teeny tiny content being made. No work. Nothing done. It's crazy. It's crazy. Yeah. This is a question that I had. Are you planning on having this with more books and scrollable, like an horizontal scroll, or are you just planning on getting like 10 to 15 books max and then be like, okay, that's what we have for this thing? Um, sorry, that title is not in the way. uh, Not in the way whatsoever. uh, yeah, probably. Or, maybe just make the title smaller. I know, but still. Yeah, no, truncated to like 240 pixel max type of situation, it could work. Um, but god dang, that's a lot. That's a lot. Is it me? Sorry, it is me, but like, is it me looking at this? Um, that doesn't. Yeah, you seem to have removed, or Claude has removed, or GPT has removed the book effect. I feel like you should keep that. The spine thing, even though it's not necessarily the correct spine, I feel like you should keep that.
Patek Soho just resubscribed for 45 months. Hee hee.
Like here, I feel like we should keep the book effect right there. Thanks a lot for the resub. 45. God damn. God damn. Thanks a lot. I appreciate it. Welcome back. Thank you for the comments on your own file. There are some things that are pretty good in there. As I mentioned, most of Saya stuff are really good. And like I understand that it is a bit expensive at times, and I get that. But I also know the amount of work that goes within all of that. And again, I'm like following them on many, many things. If I just say, I was about to say, if I just say Nani, it's not gonna pop in. But there is sometimes some raffles, some things that could potentially get you, like some things for free. And yes, they fit your vibes. They fit everything. And they've been working on the stream companions for the alerts and all the things, which right now they feel a bit like AI generated avatars, which is one of the reasons why I'm not really promoting them, because it feels off based on the design that they have chosen, but they also feels bland enough so that they can fit on everyone's pages. But yeah, they've been working on all of that, and they are really, really cool, really nice showcase of like kind of creative tiny avatars that can, make sense. Nonetheless, their profile on Twitter is going to give you a better preview than what we have on Etsy for how the things are going, how they are animated, and so on. And then they have things on TikTok as well that are good. And I don't know if the prices on VGen, they are cheaper. So maybe use VGen instead of Etsy. You know, just 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 maybe cheaper. I don't know. I mean, that is better, kinda, not really, it depends. So 12.75. Which one is it? Let me use this. 12.75 for the chat that is here, which is at 18.58. Maybe 18.58 in dollars is equal to 12.75 in euros, and because VGen is doing the transaction for us, that might be the case. If your bank is a bit slow like mine and has like conversion rates that fluctuate and you may have like a bigger discount here and there, maybe sometimes paying in dollars is better. Um, but checking both is always a good idea. Nonetheless, yes, they are really good and we like them and we like Saya. Most of the things that they are creating are really cute. There have been like a lot of things that I debated myself um, in getting from them just because I don't want to bother anymore. Yeah. The chant, the alert, and the goal. Yeah, I think the chat. The only thing that I like about her chat thing is that it is well made, but it is paid. And we have so many alternatives for chat overlay that are like, you know, not paid, but they don't look as good. So I get it, 100% understand, get it, and so on. But you know, um, yeah, maybe yeah, maybe they are. But yeah, the only thing that I'm like, this is not the fact that this is 3D, for example, this doesn't make any difference because this is just OBS 3D transform to pitch it. And so, yeah. And I agree with that. I agree with you on this one. This whole thing is really good. This whole thing is really good. I wish, and I don't think she does, but I wish she had something like a bundle for like $50 that condense like chat alerts, overlays, and something like a full bundle would be an amazing value. Maybe not 50, maybe 30, for what they are creating. But yeah, the one that you have picked for the event-based thing, it is on your file, so it's going to be easier if I just go there. This alerts, the thing that is right there, which is right here. Like that thing is really cool. I do think that this is a nice addition. However, I don't know how much of a pain in the ass it is to put in place. Because if it's manual, Mm. This is the type of thing that you will forget, mods will forget to like uptick or downtick. So yeah, but nonetheless. And yes, this one is really cool based on what you have said right about here. Uh, doing a combination of what Nani has done for the alerts and putting them right here for the minimalistic portion of it. That is really cool. And then what I said here, right there, um, is that this is a very, 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 very simple thing to do to animate if we want to, by using a video source of a blob that is kind of animated and using that as a mask so that it just move on, and then have two triggers so that the blob itself is still animated but growing. So what I mean by that, and I'm not gonna do that in that far because it makes no sense. But if we have something like, let's do 1920 by 1080 frame right here, and this is your camera, the usual. Let's say you have uh, the blob right about there, very, very blob. That's what it is. That's the blob. No choice. Cool. So that's your animated blob that is just going to be like on top and cropping your camera. If you just say that you have like two state, one state right here and one other state that is basically just this, so it's just zooming in on the thing. It's the same video, but we're using the video as a mask. Therefore, in one state, we can have full screen camera for like just chatting and so on. It's pre-cropped and wherever you want. And then during gameplay and so on, you can have the same video as a mask that is minimized and animated, and that's an easier thing to do. But the second one that you have right there is extremely simple to do, except that secondary border thing. Kinda. It's feasible, but it's like a bit of a pain in the ass. Without having like multiple layers. But yeah. Like for me, the goal for this, in order to achieve this, is I'm gonna do that here. It's gonna be faster. Is to create like your camera is gonna have camera size whatever, and then it's gonna take the corner radius property. On top of that, you use the stroke, glow, shadow plugin from Finite, and have the stroke added, like at least one, to create. I'm gonna make it like pure red for now because it's gonna be easier to see. So you get that as a stroke inside, and then you use the same plugin with the drop shadow to get your first drop shadow as a strong element. So right about here, let's put that in blue so that we have the distance. And then you create a secondary shadow on top, which is going to be the exact same thing. And if I remember correctly, Finite gives us the ability to get the spread as well. We can have like a bit of spread outer. So you get this, and you just make the spread like -2 or some shit. And then that can be your additional content, additional color in white underneath, so you get the sub border after the fact. So that's an okay system. It will work. It's a bit of a, weird system, but I know. But the thing is, if you put it as a PNG And I understand, right? Putting it as a PNG makes a lot of sense. It's the easiest version of the option to create the thing. The reason why I'm saying this is better and it's easier to put it uh, within OBS directly is that it's if at some point you want to move your camera, you don't need to then move the PNG as well to align things. So that's the, you know, that's just me. Making sure that everything is moving along and that you just need to go into the settings of that thing and change stuff is to me a bit of an easier things. Um, but yeah, no, I mean, again, they are grouped, but if at some point you say, oh, you know what? Let me change my camera shape to be like a circle or something, it's still gonna do its thing and follow through. That's the reason. You don't need to regenerate the PNG. But it doesn't have the correct constraints when it comes to like corner radius matching and so on. But do we care? No. So you know. Anyways. Yeah, I mean the thing that I have here, which is always the same thing, is just um, with that system in place, you can start your stream with a circular camera somewhere, and then you can expand it when you're playing games and whatever, and it will like properly expand and contract and behave as it needs to. So you can have like a very morphing camera. I don't know. Anyways, it's an option, but nonetheless, this is pretty cool. We do like it. We like these a lot. They are a bit expensive, but we like this a lot. Larkin, welcome on in. How are you? How's the day going? All of that is pretty nice. Um, I don't know why you kept this one. You didn't put like a note on this, so I didn't really have anything to I want off of that. But yeah, I like that. Um, you like the cloud shape for the camera? I see. It makes sense. It makes sense. Yeah. Yeah, I see that this is the thing in question. It is nice. It's I think if you go in that direction, which I don't think you are, but if you go in that direction for a stream, you need to have the entirety of the stream to look the same, like they have already with like the desk and the coffee and the illustration and so on. So it makes sense, but it's also like it's a lot more work to figure out exactly like what you want to have displayed and such. So I get it. I get it. Yeah. But then again, it's a very simple layout. Like most of the thing that you have showcased right now have the same layout slash organization for the stream itself. So everything makes sense. Currently, you have this, and the output is basically the same thing with face, 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 which is in the other side, which is kind of weird. Face right here, and then chat needs to be somewhere, but yeah, it's fine. Am I talking about this one? I don't know. Maybe. I don't know what I was talking about when you commented on this thing. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know. Maybe. Maybe I was. Maybe I was. Um, but nonetheless, no, I. Oh yeah, no, I was talking about that. Yeah, that's about 9 minutes ago, indeed. That is. that is the case. But yeah, nonetheless, this is pretty cool. We like what Nenny is doing. Um, the thing that I think I need, and probably you need too, is a BRB game for when I'm taking a shit. Doesn't happen, but when I'm going to pee, having something on stream and on screen that is, I don't know, interesting, interactive, and so on. So the mini word on stream widget is an option. The relate is an option as well. I think the word on stream is the best option. One person had done Tetris thing. I don't know how it works. I don't know if it works, but it's interesting. Um, but yeah, having something at least so that people can do stuff. Um, that's a fair point. I think what James has is pretty neat. If you know, if you don't know, it's fine. Um, James has the bees that if you start chatting, if you say something when the B game is playing, then you will be playing the B game, which is you don't do anything. You just like you are part of the people that are in the game, and you just need to go through the flowers and so on, which is a non-interactive interactive thing where you end up with something that is a bit more, I don't know, interesting potentially. Um, but I doubt we would have any clips of the B game. I doubt. I doubt. This is. I was there. Um, but yeah, no, that's a different thing nonetheless. But yeah, having something at least to, keep people entertained. I don't like it. Anyways, other than that, yes, I agree with the direction. It's pretty simple. It's a similar layout, change in UI in order to get like the colors matching with what Nanny's doing. But yeah, also based on the fact that Nanny is a bit of an internet person and an active online person, nothing stops you from sending a DM and say, I'm new, kinda, not really. I saw your stuff, but it's a bit expensive. Do you have like a discount somewhere, somehow? Um, and maybe they say yes. We never know. We never know. Um, you know, you can plead. You can plead a little bit. You can plead a little bit. It could work. We never know. Grizz, let me go back on that thing. And Grizz, you said, yeah, since it won't move or have the 3D effect, um, yeah, but it's still the book, you know. So it makes more sense. That makes more sense to me. And you said that the tooltip changed. How so? Or the tooltip here? Mm-hmm. Congrats, cat. Congrats. Um, yeah. If you like, this one is see my takeaways, and then this one is check my notes, see my takeaways, or check my notes again, depending on like it's not the same every time. Um, yeah, read my thoughts. It's a nice touch. I don't think people will notice because most people don't do this. Like it's not a human thing to do. Like you will have to see my takeaways and be like, okay, cool, then move on. But other than that, other than that, mm, mm, mm. You want to see this? What's the difference on this one? Scroll to the bottom with your click instead of scroll. You mean really drag? God damn it. God damn it. Huh. Interesting. So you have implemented the TikTok / now Instagram end of comment, close comment situation. That's interesting. That makes sense. Yeah. Yeah. Basically, they all stole it from one another. So I understand. But yeah, that's neat. That's neat. It works. It works. Anyways, it's working. I'm pretty fine for most of these things. As in it you know, it does the thing. It still feels empty, and yeah. That's still massive though. That is still massive. For me, I would do that thing for the truncation is probably at a page level, like the sidebar level thing, where it would be like 320 max, 240 ish, in order to get the content to work. But again, I get it. I get it. You don't really have the truncation code right there. Yeah, it's there. I do this, personally speaking. 240 is enough. Like it's still within the sidebar, and therefore I know what you're referring to. And it doesn't bother me that much. But if you have something that goes as close as, yeah. Yeah, but that's why you have like a max width at 240. Like you don't need the math. If you give it the max width, then it's going to be anything up to or under. And if you reach the under, the probability of you moving to the tablet mode and the mobile breakpoint is greater. So that's the thing. But it depends. It depends. I get it. I get it. But you know, that's the only thing. Did you fix this though? By the way, sorry, you did. I see. Um, so I because you are as much on Twitter as myself, you probably have seen what I'm gonna showcase in about a second. If I can find it quickly, I know I almost saved it on my save stuff, and then I said it's not, it doesn't matter. It's not necessary, and now I'm trying to talk about it. So it was necessary, god damn it. There is this debate right now based on the new Twitter post buttons that are like shifting and have a bit of an issue with the animations and so on. And so the world change, like no world change has that teeny tiny glitch. And when you have the world change transform, that glitch doesn't exist. So if you just add this in your transition here, you will not have that teeny tiny bump of like 1 pixel that I talked about last time. Which again, at that size, it doesn't look like much, but it still is there. So, you know. But yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing. It seems to be pretty good as a whole. Apparently, there is a full article about it, which is in this underneath, so you don't need that link. You could have clicked on the link already, but yeah, that alone will potentially just give you the thing. Apparently, it's an issue with images slash SVGs and icons where the CSS transform is just like kind of not computing at the same level as the rest, and therefore you end up with a bit of um, a thing. But yeah, it's basically about these things that have or had a bit of a glitch, and now it's been fixed apparently. So, you know, I don't know why this one is the only one that has a fucking angle rotation. Any other one is just a zoom in, and then this one has the tiniest of rotation. This feels like a waste of resources. That's what it feels like. But yeah, other than that, um, it's pretty good. But we have like so much things that I've saved. Um, I think, and Kat, you tell me, you're the one that plays Valorant or used to play Valorant. Uh, I feel like this is something that you should have as a counter for knife on the walls, like it or CS:GO or whatever game that have knife. But I feel like this would be an amazing addition to the cut as a system. I don't know. Um, instead of, I mean, these ones make no sense for the just the knifing the walls. But yeah, I don't know. It reminded me of that, so that's why I saved it. No other reasons. It's just a nice thing. The other thing that made me laugh as well is the amount of people in the comments that are like, um, obviously that person removed it. God damn it. Um, there was someone that said that thing looks like the character in Chinese, and it's like, yeah, that's the way that we count in Japanese and Chinese. It's a tally mark. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's just because I'm I'm researching the things. Anyways, Larkham, congrats on 94.57. Goddamn, that is centered. That's that is centered if I have not seen it in the past. That's crazy. Anyways, this is just like I'm not making it. This is just a detail here. Um, what I'm seeing lately is related to the previous project and so on. Is a lot of designers are going towards creating their own sub-level animation tools and sub-level like image editions slash creations of loaders and other things using usually Claude, and it looks like Claude stuff, to, you know, ensure that they have the output that they wanted to have, just because these things exist in other platforms, but these other platforms are paid. So I'm seeing this for like image adjustments, but I'm also seeing this for that, which are like loaders. A lot of people are doing um, creation of loaders that, you can have and play with and export, have them on your own profiles and such. But um, yeah. Yeah, Dial Kits is interesting. I don't necessarily like it as a system. I feel like it's fine, but it's not like it's missing something. Again, my main issue with Dial Kits and the other assistant-ish is that you are creating something or you are adding something, but you're not editing the code directly, and it's usually the same issue where if I'm in Cursor, for example, and I use the design mode of Cursor, if I select something and then I change it, it's going to basically create a message that I can then send to the the chat, and the chat is going to take over and do the thing. Whereas if it's like as simple as let me say something dumb. I just want this thing to be more rounded. Like instead of having this corner radius right here, we need the corner radius to be like bigger than that. If I used dial kit for that, which is not really the main point, but whatever, I can check how it looks, but it's not editing the code itself. Um, and that's what I don't like. Like I would love to not have that buffer intermediate thing that needs to happen right now that says, oh yeah, let me switch and tweak that thing specifically. And then you try it out and it's done, but then you need to do that in the code. So again, from my point of view, what I would love to see is if I'm here and I say, okay, cool. So I have my div in question with its placement and so on, and I want to check the corner radius if I can find it, which obviously I won't because it's the usual. I'm never gonna find the corner radius right there. We have a radius of 3XL. If I change this to, I don't know, 3 rems instead, everything is gonna be more rounded. Sorry for selecting the least readable things on stream. I don't think you can even see the corner radius on stream based on what I'm seeing on previews. Um, yeah, that's not gonna work. Anyways, I changed this to 3 rems. What I would love to be able to do is from here say send to file, and so my changes are going to go within the files that are edited for this and update the line of code that is related to this, which we do have. Like we have the information, and that would be such an amazing thing to just be able to say, well, I need this to change, and that's it. Like it's just I want the corner radius to change. I change it directly on the file, send enter or press enter, send it, done. Nothing else need to happen compared to right now where you need to with Darkkit, same thing. You need to go in and then re-edit, re-prompt, re-whatever. So yeah. Um, but nonetheless, I do agree with you that it is half necessary and it is something that just makes sense, helps. We'll have all of the things. What the fuck is that? Like right now, this is just a matter of changing these values and ensuring that things are like better potentially. But, hmm, hmm, you know. Yeah. But yeah, all of that is really useful. That doesn't change. It doesn't change the fact that this is useful. And most people are trying and creating their own Darkkit related subtools, which is pretty interesting. It is, however, something that is going back to what we have talked about last months, if I remember correctly, going back into the individualism of software, meaning that everyone is probably at some point, and when I'm saying everyone, it's a bit of a broader term, but everyone is going to build the thing that they need instead of using the things that exist. And the only people that will use the thing that exists are the ones that don't want to build for themselves. So most of the, in my head at least, Mizzy, work on it. How are you? Most of the devs, most of the designers, most of the people that have creative brains will probably just say something along the line of, oh, I need this loader tool. Like I need to create a tool for managing my SVG, the thing that we were talking about on last stream. And therefore they will just create the thing instead of using one of the existing tools just because it is easier um, to, you know, to do rather than anything else. I don't know. Larkham landed at 94 earlier, so maybe today's the day. I don't know. We'll see. Lizzie, we'll see. And day's going okay. I'm having like a lot of issues. God damn it. God damn it. I missed it. You missed it. We all missed it. But yeah, so I'm seeing this coming in as a very strong pattern from the devs and the designers just building their own stuff because it not saying that it's easier, but it's almost cheaper if they do so. And I don't really know if that will be the case for the longest time, but we're gonna see. I don't think you're gonna make it, Larkin. I think this one is gonna be a miss as well. Yeah, yeah, it is. It is. Um, so yeah, that's a. I think that's an interesting thing. When I'm just looking at these three things because they are basically the same stuff. Let me see if I can find the other that we had in mind earlier. Um, I don't think this is like Notebook LM. No, this is my own stuff. This is Zoe Computers, which is a platform where you can have your own online computer, where basically it has like an AI model that can run, and I'm using it because it's free for now. And I built myself a bit of an automation to get like my liked tweet out of Twitter themselves and then present them to me on a daily basis. So they, um, yeah, it's it's a nice system. It's a useful thing if you want to build stuff for yourself, but it's not the most reliable, and I'm really sad about it because they launched with Kimi as their free model, and now they removed Kimi, and I'm sad about it. I wish they bring it back, but they will not, and that is not great. Not great whatsoever. Let me see if I can find the third one that I had in mind, which is probably, as always, I'm probably not going to be able to do so for the same reasons as usual. It's just I'm looking for something, and therefore it's not popping up. It was in my likes, that is for sure, but is it something that I liked? I don't think so. I don't think so, but this one is kind of the same thing, so I'm going to use that as a reference. Nonetheless, this is a personal website rebuild, and again, a lot of people, a lot of designers right now are implementing things that are interactive-ish systems. This one looks very much like a sketch environment, which is, the sketch landing page used to look like this. The Framer landing page used to look like this as well. These are small widgets that will do things. You have navigation at the bottom that looks like the liquid glass system, and it is an interesting concept as a website. But again, most current designer are going in that direction. Like this is one of them. This is another one, which I like personally, but it's the same concept, same ID, same thing here with most of the things in the first image, the rest not really. Same thing there with like your more traditional layout in the center and then floating things on top, that we talked about last time. But there is this current trend that most designers are following where we are just creating infinite Canva as portfolios and personal websites, which I don't think is a good idea. Um, I don't think it's a bad idea, but I don't think it's a good idea. Like things like this is everyone is doing the same thing. So yeah, I don't know if it makes sense. I don't know if it makes sense. It will stand out though. Going back to what I said last time, it will absolutely stand out from a hiring point of view. Like people that don't know what these things are and are not like on the internet as much as I am, will not notice the fact that every designers are currently going in that direction and trying to create some interactive infinite Canva presentation for their own projects, which is fine. But you know, for people that are like hiring managers that are also designers, it will look like everyone else's, and that's not necessarily good. Not necessarily good. But we'll see. We will see. Anyway, Larkham, do you have anything that you can share on the portfolio thing? Are you like at a Figma stage? Somewhere, you know? One of the other thing that I have, that I've been looking at for the past few days is bringing back a lot of brightness in the design that are coming alive. So, as I always mention, the color cycle is a wheel, and we are rotating through the wheel in a very specific way. And we used to be very much pastels, and then we moved away from pastel with like very bright colors. And for 2026, we're supposed to go back into the pastels because we were like fed up with the bright colors. I'm seeing people already going back to vivid colors. So it's interesting. Not saying that it's a pattern just yet, but it's interesting. I do think that going through vibrance is going to be very good, but it might be too soon for some people, and it might feel half dated if you're going with vibrance just now. So one of the things that I thought about for that client specifically that I'm working on is an evolving color palette that is starting pastel today, but is incrementing the vibrancy value in the HSB or HSL with a saturation slider over time. So basically, it starts right now, and every week is going to take like one tick up, so that just the colors are slowly, with time, getting a bit more saturated, so that we end up with like a very bright color saturation at the end of next year. But that's gonna be very much complicated, so we'll see. Justcraft, welcome on in. How are you? How's the day going? How's everything? Right now, these two are the yeah, these two are the competing colors. A lot of orange for Claude and a lot of blue to compete with Claude because people don't want to be associated with it, so they go blue. And congrats on landing. Second person today to land. Congrats on that. Um, we are going with a bit of a sage slash matcha slash wasabi mix. Not exactly, but that's kind of the case. So we do like this, and it makes sense. These are the colors that seems to be working. But yeah. You landed on the edge, so maybe someone else is gonna steal something from you. But yeah, right now I'm going with the pastels when it comes to the colors that we have, and I don't like um, I don't like the output that we have so far. Like that's the colors that we have selected for the themes and so on, and it just doesn't feel right. It's um, it's a tad off. So I don't know. I don't know. I had to make some changes, by the way, for this. Yeah, I think if I go there, we will have like a better palette because the background is supposed to be lighter and a lighter version of the color in question, but it still feels kind of wrong. They are nice colors, but they are not like good colors. And you can see the inspiration for these two from this feed. I had these two in there that are interesting, that I think work. I like this one a lot, but it's not really matcha based, and this one is very matcha based, but it's not like vibrant enough. So we ended up with something that is like brighter, more grass than matcha, and it's still kind of blue. So I don't know. We will see at some point. Congrats on the clip. Congrats on the clip. Um, Let me just do that. That feels like a. Oh my god. That's the 100. Oh, holy shit. I need to readjust this for just orange because 100 on just orange is very bright. Much brighter than anything else. God damn. But yeah, that's color scheme wise, this is kind of coming in. And then I want to go with a more bright thing, so I stole Techie's colors from Kyoto. The file had these, and I just like made them a bit more simpler overall. And yeah, I don't know. I don't know. At some point, I'll figure it out, but for now, it's just like the brand guidelines that I'm working on are too. These are too boring for what we're trying to achieve. So the direction in which I'm going here is a bit more, like, obviously very bright in colors and very saturated, which I think would work, but it's also like very complex to put that in place. So yeah. Um, I mean, there is the progressive blur within Figma now, Larkham, if that's what you're trying to achieve, you know. Um, you can have that, you get your effect, and then you get layer blur. And let's say it's gonna be like a layer blur up to 44. You just make it progressive, and now you have your progressive blur. And you can, you know, do that. Define values and so on. So that's probably the thing. Um, you use Obsidian for clips? That's crazy. That's crazy. But yeah, if that's what you're trying to achieve, Larkham, that's the best option. The good thing that I have, or the thing that I like about this, is that if you have something that is, like, I don't know, this is not, like, you can't go past 100 for the blow, which is, eh, we should be able to, but it doesn't allow it. But from there, you then have the ability to just add another thing, which is going to be the texture, which is what we use every time. And then you can make this thing a 1 point element. And then if you expand it, you then have that grainy transition in your progressive blur situation, which I think is pretty cool. But you can 100% just get that a bit bigger and get some effects that just, you know, looks interesting. So yeah. I see. It's interesting. I've never really used Obsidian, so I mean I have used it, but I don't like text-based stuff. So it's kind of hard. But yeah, with that you can achieve things that are pretty interesting. One of the stuff that we have showcased and presented as well in the past is without the layer blur, and let's say within this thing, if you wanted to create somehow a bit of a lightning effect for some things, you can 100% get like one of these things and play with it and just have like a true lightning from the sky situation. The most or simplest way to do it is just, you get your lightning effect here, and then just get that there. It's kind of fun. Not really trying to achieve anything, just remembered designer on Twitter trying to figure out the best way to do it 2 years ago. I see. um, yes. It is only linear right now, and that pisses me off. I am with you on this one. The other thing that is also pissing me off is that you can't have multiple. So I can't like yeah. I I can't have something that is with multiple points. So we can't have um an element that has like progressive blur on both sides. In order to do that, you need to split your elements into two. So you would need to create like that thing and that thing in order to be like, okay, let me get a layer blur that is progressive, that has 0 right here in the center, and that is at like, I don't know, I'm going to use 100 as well, so that it's like fully blurred on the other side. And then if I wanted to have the exact same thing on the other side, I would have that. And that's the only way that we have right now to get that effect of double. And it's almost like impossible to have anything else that works. So it is really bad, and I wish it wasn't the case, but it is the case. So, you know, yeah. Not that it matters, but it kind of does. However, this is the reason and one of the way that we have right now to achieve things like this, like that shadow, that drop shadow effect that we talked about last 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago. The ability to just like blur the edge to have like a more realistic drop shadow for something that is sticked on the floor. Yeah. Not really. So the the progressive blur on this is that's not it.
I Phil's just resubscribed for 23 months.
God damn. Phils, welcome in. How are you? How's your day going? How's everything? Thanks a lot for the resub. I appreciate it. That is almost a year. Oh my god. Welcome back. Welcome back. This gonna stay here. This thing right here is a repeat group, which is coming from almost 1 year, yeah. uh, this is what we call a repeat group, which is one of these things where you can decide how many variations you want to have and how many, options you have as a repeat. So I just have like one thing that is here that has that progressive blur to them. And it also has the effect that I talked about earlier for the particle effect thingy. And that is then repeated. And for the repeat groups, you have radial or linear as an option. And that's the thing. But yeah, which I'm going to say that now. It pisses me off. If for some reason, whatsoever, you are currently in Figma and you say, I would love for this thing to be repeated. Where is that? How can you do that? So you go into the search and you type repeat, and you don't have any repeat group. You don't have any options to get the repeat group from here, but you want Figma design, but you can't do it. In order to get it, you need to go into Figma Draw to have the repeat group that is the first fucking button in the top right, to then go back into Figma design to be inside of the Figma design thing to have like the controls and still remain in the design thing. It makes no sense whatsoever to me. And again, it's also a pain in the ass because if you have like, God damn it, this makes no sense either. If you have like a single element, welcome back. In terms of your layers, it counts as just one. And if you do the shortcut to outline the elements, it just outline the single element. It doesn't outline the entire thing. So it's kind of bad. Bob, welcome on in. Tim Bob. Just Tim Bob. Tim, I guess. Welcome on in. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? On YouTube? Yeah, welcome on in. So it's a bit of a pain in the ass to figure out exactly how this thing works, and in order to get this as an extract to work in a certain way, you basically need to flatten that element, and it's not necessarily good. So but having that repeat group as a system is a very fun way to create things, and you can do so much things with it. Like it doesn't take much to create like a shape that is interesting. But again, in order to achieve this thing and reach the controls for this thing, is just you need to be in the fucking Figma Draw thing. It just makes no sense. Like, give it to me if I have access to the tools from Figma Design. Like, why do you not want to give me like the rest? There is so many things like in Figma Draw. I can have access to things like my offset vector to, create something that is bigger and have a secondary offset that takes a different color or whatever to make things bigger. That is not something that I have access to inside of the Figma design section. It just pisses me off. Refuse, welcome back. You can apply transform in top right. No, you can't. That's the thing. You can apply transform as in like rotate copy when you are here. That thing. Yes. That is in here. But if you are in Figma design and you have an element that is there, you don't have rotate copy as an option in the tools. You don't have the ability to edit anything. You can't change the thing from there. And you don't have any options. And even if you search, you can't find it. It is a mess. And I hate it. Even in the effects, like you should be able to get like a rotate copy situation in there because it's just like it's where it's supposed to be. But no, in the layout, it could be there as well. But no. I love Figma. Yeah. Technically speaking, I understand. I understand. You want to. You're welcome. You want to always be there and provide the tools that you need to provide to the users in the right environments. But if you provide, there has been my gripe since the beginning. If you provide in the same interface, different interfaces, it's gonna be a pain in the ass. Kane, hi, welcome on in. How are you? How's the day going? How's everything? So that's how. That is how you do things like this with the progressive blur and and the rotations and everything in there. Um, Waiting to get fired? Well, sorry to hear that, but if it sounds like a good thing, I guess. I guess. I hope you are in the same situation as myself, and getting fired is a good thing in the sense that it doesn't really matter. You have enough savings and things that you can do to sustain yourself after that. But if that's not the case, find a job before you get fired, please. It is gonna be necessary. God damn. God damn. So yeah, that's a lot of things in there. Didn't you get fired like last time? Wasn't that the situation? Wasn't there a situation? Was there no situation? I don't remember. It's been a while. Then that's good. If you have a few months, then use the few months to figure out what you need to do and how you want to do things. But if you don't have a few months, goddamn, it's gonna be a pain. And even a few months is not a lot. God, that's yeah. Sorry, I'm seeing things and I'm like, God damn, that is so bad. What are these? Oh yeah, these things. uh, I don't like it. As I mentioned at the beginning of the stream, I'm currently in a space with that client specifically, which is the client that I can't talk about what the product is, but I can show you what I'm working on. But I'm stopping myself to talk about what it is a lot. Um, we are going in a direction right now that just I don't vibe with. I like it for myself, and I like it for the client, and I think it matched with us, but it doesn't match with the target audience, and therefore something in me is telling me we need to change stuff. We need to go in a very, 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 very different direction, and I haven't found what it is yet. So yeah, I don't think you can create an AI model. Okay, I think that's gonna be complicated. Um, I see. Okay, I see. Like, what do you think? Like, what's the vibe here? What's your gut feeling on this one? What does it represent? What is it linked to? Is it linked to anything in your eyes, in your head? I have so many feelings on this. I can't I can't talk about it. What's the first instinct? Who is the target audience for this? Um, this just doesn't do anything. Also, how do you want to create an AI model? That's just you can create a distilled version of a model. You need to train it a lot, to figure out exactly how things are going. But yeah, um, I see. That's interesting. What about this one? Is it still the same? Still the same vibe? I don't know. Insurance company for the first one? Interesting. Interesting. But that tells me a lot, yeah. I see. I guess with this tagline next to it, you will have like a bit of a different thing. This is very Jamaican slash Brazilian colors, so there is a ton of issues with it. Um, yeah, I guess this is like kind of similar. It might be a bit of a teeny tiny different vibe because of the background effect with the fluted glass. Um, but that's the only one, and then that is just like the app icon thing, and that you know that's it's not the same M. Every time I'm just like experimenting with things, but so far on that scope of things, this one was my favorite out of everything. But based on the fact that the target audience for this project is officially Gen Alpha and Gen Z, it's it doesn't feel as right as it needs to. The fact that you have said young and urban is interesting, meaning that it kind of fits, but not entirely, but kind of. Um, and then obviously the other one being like very old is something. And then I went into more experiment when it comes to like adding effects. I do love these stamps. The logo is not the right one either way, but yeah. Basically, people were saying that the M right here um, is uh, is read as a J. And now that I said it to you, you will read the J, which is so bad. Like in here, specifically the J in question is the Apple signature J that a lot of people are basically seeing because of that curve right there. And it just, in my head, it doesn't make any sense. People can't read that as a J with that first hoop. Like it, I don't know. Maybe it's just me being in there and living within that project for so long now that it makes sense. But yeah, um, like Pocket, interesting. The third moved it to something closer to an RSS aggregator for different social network. That is interesting. That is interesting. Yeah. Again, I can't really tell you. the the three that I kept as potential winners were these three when it comes to the logo itself. Um, with like a reduce M hoops and loop at the bottom to have like less of a J feel. But I hate it. Chris, welcome back. How are you? How have you been? And then I bring back uh, some of that for the M thing, but um I don't like it. Good. Congrats, Grizz. That's neat. Small details. Details make sense. Details make sense. Um, Congrats on that. What's the new version? Is it just like an updated version of what already exists, or is it like a brand new thing with the same concept in the background? Um, Welcome to my brain, Chris. That is, I mean, the fact that I will say that every time. The fact that I see things is crazy. Um, and and that pixel, you know, of of glitch in the animation is yeah, I don't know. So these are the candidates for the clients to pick up, and I feel like we're not going in the right direction. Um, Basically, on the colors and everything, you're not picking it. I'm sorry. Um, I see. That's interesting. Damn. Chris, that's going to be very complex. Mainly because people don't know how to pronounce song name properly. But that's really interesting. I'm looking forward to take a look at it. Because that is pretty cool. Also, I'm noticing something here that needs to uh, be changed. Can I just do that? Yeah, that's better. I wanted the curve of the eye to better match this one, so yeah. Uh, Anyways, so yeah, that's the short list that we have, and now I'm going in a very, very, very different direction, just because I feel like this is better for the target audience. Uh, this makes a lot more sense. In internally, it's not as good for animations and other things. That's gonna piss me off, but for the internal feeling of this thing, this makes a lot more sense. So we'll see. We will see. And as I mentioned, we talked about it before. This is one of the first rendering that we had as an option, and we decided to not. But I still had um, some animation like kind of done on Procreate just to check if these things could work and if we could have like a bit of an animated dot in place. Some of them are just like not as good, specifically the first one, but it's fun. Ban is going okay, kinda, not necessarily the best option. We have some issues with the pricing model thing. So we have 126 users, which is the same thing as 2 months ago, which is really bad, but 4 of them are paying, which is really good, which is covering the cost, basically. So there's that, and then Convex, which is the database system, has giving me a $3 bill to pay last month or for last period, because apparently on May 4th I had 16 gigs of inference, which is the thing that I talked about on Monday. And yeah, it's just it's not great. let me show you what happened because it doesn't make any fucking sense to me. And you know, it's fine. Like it is right about here. My last period, we had no read, no write, like in the kilobits situation. And then on April 30th, we had 400 megabytes in write and 1 gig in read, which is kind of interesting, but it's like it's proportional, kind of, not really, but kind of. And then on May 4th, we had 2 gigs of write and 11 gigs of read. And that thing basically blew my offset allowance. And I don't know what happens because it's not necessarily like linked to anything. These amounts are just like get profile and get profile by slug, which is not what needs to be used. So that's the issue. I don't know exactly how this went. So I need to figure it out because goddamn, that's going to be really bad if I can't, you know, have that under control. So yeah, and can is okay. Can is okay. Can is fine. Is running. It's. I wish I had like a bit more time to play and fix some of its issues. It has some issues with some of the users that are complaining about the fact that it's a bit more, not more, but it's a bit like hungry in lives. So when you're using it, you end up with things that are potentially costing you lives very, very fast. And the current idea that I have is divide the lives by two to be more like a video game. So right now we have 3 lives. If I make a mistake, it's going to cost me 1 life in total. And then the goal right now is going to be have like half half. So it's you're gonna have like 6 lives per quiz or 6 lives per day. You can still refill with the same price, and when you are doing like a full quiz, you get like a full heart as a reward. But yeah, that is basically what some people are requesting. So we'll see what we can do with that. But it is basically the only thing that I need to work on, and then add like more content in the dictionary section because it's not that it's lacking, but it has stuff that could benefit from having like additional additional thing. For example, what I kind of want to have, we have the travel related thing, which is the first time you're going to Japan, you kind of need to have this thing, which I'm guessing would be very good for me if I put it into the free tier. But I also feel like, if you download the app for your first trip in Japan and it only has this, and you practice your first trip in Japan dictionary, and then you're done, you will never use the app again. So maybe having it here makes a lot of sense. Maybe just renaming it to like first trip in Japan, so that you can travel, you can play on that. But I also don't know what else I can have. Like I have so much shit in there that it's confusing. Other than that, it's going great. And perfume is fine, but same reason, same things. It's like I have crashes that happens in a way that only me can know, and the user would not notice that the app crashed, in which case I don't really care, but still, um, I kind of need to fix things. But it's working. It does its job. It has everything that I need it to do. Um, yeah. I mean, the only issue that I have is big user and big collection, meaning that if you have something like a user like myself that has a collection that is currently setting at 138 perfumes, that is importing everything like through the import CSV right here. If you are importing the entire thing, you will end up with your main collection view with no images because they need to be loaded per perfume one by one. Kinda. Uh, so you end up with like an empty thing, and if the user goes through all of the perfumes very quickly to load the image, all of them, like let's say you have 100, I mean technically if you have 20 you are fucked. The system on Parfumo and Fragrantica and the other things are going to start returning the anti-bot response. So it's giving the user things like the Tortue Ninja perfumes with the wrong bottle image, with the wrong data, with the wrong things, just because there is too many requests. And I thought I fixed it, but apparently I haven't. So that's a bit of a weird thing. But based on the fact that I have 10 paying users, 99% of my users are at 12 perfumes, and therefore I'm fine. But for like the use case of the people that are paying, giving them an experience that is kind of shit, I don't like that. So I have a need for something to figure out exactly what I can do and how I can do it. And the current, and that pissed me off, but the current workaround that I have is implementing a Cloudflare worker that bypass the Cloudflare anti-bot things because I'm just getting the OG image, which is like the open graph data. So it shouldn't be flagged as bot, but I kind of need to make this go through Cloudflare first and then back to the device instead of going from the device to the requested site and then back to the device. So there is a bit of a different endpoint, which means that it's going to go device Cloudflare, Cloudflare website, website Cloudflare, Cloudflare device. So that kind of second loop is kind of weird, and I don't know exactly how to do that. So I'm gonna figure it out at some point. But right now I cannot. Right now I cannot. But yeah, it's working, so that's good. Sometimes with indie dev, start to motivate myself to ship new updates or fix bugs, especially if it's a free tool. I agree with you, first of all. It was a long pause for that. I agree with you with the motivation not being there because it's a free tool and it doesn't necessarily like give you some revenue and so on. But I also feel like most of the thing that I'm building, and that's like personal, I know that it might not necessarily be the same thing for you, but most of the thing that I'm building, I'm using. So I have my own band profile with my page with the content that I want to have and showcase, and therefore all of that is going to be like something that I want to have the best experience for myself. And if it's a good experience from my point of view, then it's going to be a good experience for the people that are using it as well. There are things in there that are still kind of broken, like these flips and some of the settings and things. But other than that, it's a working system, and therefore I'm fine with it. There is not a lot of bugs, except this thing with like the 16 gigs that I need to fix, but most of it is okay. When it comes to other things that I'm building, like can, because I need to learn Japanese and the vocabulary specifically, I need the thing to work in a way that it's good enough for me. If it crashes here and there, it's gonna piss me off at some time. So I'm going to put in the work to fix the bugs and fix the crashes and ensure that the experience is good so that I have a good experience. And again, if I have a good experience, it's gonna be good for the regular users as well. So that's the motivation that I have. Sometimes it takes more time than others to go and fix things, but I'm also trying to, and that's like a bit of a humble brag in a way. Um, I'm doing my best to not have crashes as much as I can. So the thing that we looked at with Takey last week, um, the amount of crashes that I have on my own app, like for example, 1.4, which is the latest, has had 4 crashes, and I'm expecting these 4 crashes to be coming from the same devices that already had crashes in the past. But in the entirety of the lifetime of the platform, we have had not that many crashes. When we go back to what Teki shared with us, we saw that the charts on his end was like roughly 200 to 500 crashes per day. And to me, this is not an option. So I'm doing my best every time to get like the least amount of crashes possible so that we can just, avoid anything. Like 1.9 had 6 crashes in total, and there has been no crashes since the 15th or the 14th of April. So that's pretty good from my point of view. That might just mean that the person that was here and crashing, like, wasn't a specific type of device, which apparently is the case. That was from an iPhone, which is good. That means that no one on the desktop is crashing because no one on desktop is using it. But that's the type of thing that I'm prouding myself on not having as much crash as I used to have, and making sure that it's just like, going down with time. Both of my apps had days at 10 crashes, and then I reduced that to almost 0 because there will always be some crashes here and there, but like that's the thing. So in my eyes, Lone Traveler, hi, welcome in. Have a good look. Um,
Hexhexamurex_Cedar is now following.
you're my ex. Cool. Welcome on in. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? Thanks a lot for the follow. I appreciate it. In order to get the motivation and to fix the bugs, the goal for me, as I mentioned in the first time or in the first place, is I'm building the app, I'm launching the app, and if I can forget about it, that's good. So if it has crashes that are like not as good for the user experience, I'm gonna do everything in my power to fix said crashes and make sure that the experience for the user is gonna be good, or at least as good as it can be based on my skills. So it's not a question of motivation or anything. It's mostly a question of I want to forget about the app and have it run in the background and do the thing that it's supposed to be doing with no intervention, brain, from myself to fix the things, and only have intervention when I need to add stuff. So, for example, as I just mentioned, Can needs to have somehow a bit of a fix for the live sections so that it's just like half lives instead of full lives when you are making a mistake. And I need to fix some of the animations when it comes to the dictionary pick, because of how now I know how to fix things and I know how to build like a better kind of like a better animation system for these things. Are you telling me that there is no verbs in there? So for this, for example, on stream, you will probably not see that with a of maybe you see that. Can you see that? I don't think you can. Maybe you can. Maybe you can. There is a darker section behind the entirety of that wheel. So from here to here, you can see that it's a bit darker. Each and every single one of these entries, and you can kind of see that here a bit better, is or has an opacity value so that I can pick the pixel and scroll through, because at that time when I was doing this, I didn't know that I can just have content shape rectangle added to the thing. And now I know. And now it's fine. And I can have this thing with a content shape rectangle to not have like that offset 0.01 pixel opacity of colors behind it to have like the drag. So now this is something that I will fix in the future. But that's the first thing. And then the other thing is that this whole section has a ton of options that are not necessarily presented um, within the quiz. So I need to figure out exactly how I can present that wheel in a way that is more natural than what it is currently the case. So I kind of know how to build that a bit better because I did something similar-ish in the travel app. Like this thing is a bit similar and it's would work the same way. So I can have like something like this to play. But yeah, that's the situation. So it's just that's the motivation, at least for me. It's always gonna be the case. It's just I want the thing to work and then I want to forget about it. So if I can do that, I'm gonna do that. If I can't do that, I'm gonna attempt to do that. And yeah, other than that, sales are fine, not necessarily good. Um, Not that I care, to be honest, but yeah, it's really good to see the fact that the download to paid is growing over time, meaning that people are getting to pay at like 7 days or 60 days. So if you are paying at 60 days, it means that you've been using the app for at least 60 days in a row. And you're like, okay, cool. I see the benefits. I can just jump. So that's a nice thing. Alan, welcome in. How are you? How's the day going? How's the articles writing going? You've been writing a lot more. So yeah, so this is good. As I mentioned as well from the presets and everything, it's not bringing in a lot of money since 2024. I mean December, so 2025. But in a year, $500 for something that I've built in about 2 months, I guess. With no code knowledge and no ability to do anything at that time, and now being able to potentially just jump back into that code base, build something that is a lot better in terms of performance, in terms of implementation, in terms of animation, and so on, is going to be potentially a change. So, you know, it's a thing, but it's just like it's just $6 here, $8 there, $3 here, $1 there. Like it's very much small amounts, and there are like these two spike, or technically just this one, because this one has been Inverted. But yeah, like a 161 right here that is just a nice proceed once, which covered the year of Apple developer account. That's what it did. That is exactly what it did. But yeah, I need to talk about it more. That's the thing, because right now we are in. Uh, I don't care about the source though. Yeah, we had 3,000 downloads with like one big ass day at 300 downloads in one day on December 4th, but I forgot what I've done on December 4th. I think I know. I think I know. I think this was the post on Reddit that got deleted by the mods about liquid glass being implemented. But yeah, have a good shower. Also, Alan, that's a wild thing. I don't. I'm not someone that has a car. I'm not someone that has a license. So I don't know much about road trips. It doesn't seem like something that is inherently European to do. Uh, we usually just travel and be on the road for 10 hours because we need to go from one city to the other. And that's about it. Like, it's just, we just have to do that. Um, but yeah, we take the train, yeah. Like, the thing that I have showcased before, um, let's say let's say I'm from where I lived in the south of France, right here, to where I live now, which we used to do because the flat that I'm in right now is the family flat. And it wasn't my dad's, and now it's mine with my sister. And this is the house, which is my mom's. The distance in between, um, like these two, and let's just do Paris to there. It's going to take us roughly 7 hours, you know, and we go through France, and it's nice, and so on. Um, and then if we take the train, um, it's gonna take 5 hours because right now I'm different things, and because there is a fucking bus in the center. God damn it! Technically, it's gonna probably take 4 hours in reality with a nice one. But yeah, this is just like, this is faster. And then obviously we don't have that. So if I do Marseille instead, it's going to be like further down. From the thing that took 5 hours a second ago is now taking 3 hours in total in one train going from here to here. So half the time than it would take me in a car. So obviously I'm going to do that. And the reason why I said it should take 3 hours is because around here there is a stop in that direct line where I basically stop and we go by car for like 35 minutes. Um, but yeah, that's the thing. And then uh, taking a plane is gonna take an hour. So you know, it's just it's a bit faster. It's a bit faster. Even if we do Um, Lyon instead, which is an hour and 5 minutes, and then my score is roughly here, so it's like same thing, 30 minutes there. So yeah, uh, and to me, it's just like, isn't it like easier? Isn't it easier? And then same thing again, unrelated, related. If I do from Tokyo to Osaka, which is the regular, you know, the regular thing that we're doing, it takes an hour in plane. So roughly the same distance that we had in between like north and south of France. Um, but in terms of train, these are taking a ton more time to get like the entire thing. I guess Osaka might not be the best option. I should probably say Kyoto in order to get a bit of a direct instead. But it's the same thing. It's gonna be 7 hours in train to get there. So that's the same situation for me. And yeah, it just makes so much more sense. However, the only difference that I would say as a thing that will probably happen when I finally move to Japan for real is going to be me getting my driving license, because right there, accessing things that are interesting in Japan, you need a car. Like, there is no question. So even though there is train and buses and planes and other things, you need to be able to just get uh, a car to go from the center of Tokyo to somewhere around here, because there is no train, there is no buses that go here, and you don't really have a choice because these mountains are just like not built for anything, even the car, to be honest. Um, but yeah, like that's the thing. When we go to, that's interesting that they have Mount Fuji with the snow. When we go to Hakone, which is the onsen section of Tokyo, most of the roads that are in here, like that, we do it in bus. There is a bus that does it, but you are screaming the whole way down because the driver is just going so fast in these things, and I don't know if we can see that, but these roads are like uh, kind of off the edge, and yeah, yeah, things will happen. So, you know, it happens. It happens. But yeah, nonetheless, I do think that overall, driving in Japan is good. Driving in cities makes absolutely no sense to me. In the cities that I lived in, there's no need. There's no need. But the city where I grew up, all of my friends had their driving license at least for like scooters and bikes at like 12, 15 ish, because they needed to get out of the house and do other things. And I just didn't. And I decided to move from the city that I grew in to a bigger one that had public transports. And then I had buses and trains and a bike, like a small bicycle. It was fine. But yeah, that's uh, that's the thing. The other thing that would probably break your brain, if we go back there for 1 second, um, is let me go back. Let me go back to this. Let me go back there and say from here to Lyon. Yes, Lyon, whatever. This in an hour and 50 minutes, 2 hours. Um, this is $115, which is $145, 150, let's say 150. And this is probably a bit of an inflated price because I'm checking like on the day for the day, like leaving now. Um, and yeah, it's like I can get a ticket for like $70 roughly. If I go in advance enough, I like I can probably find something for $40, but I need to be like very much in advance, not a leave now situation because that is not a good idea. But yeah, um, yeah, and this is, I mean, it's not that much distance, but it kind of is. It's 460. 1 second. Um, 290, 300 miles, roughly. That helps with the distance, which again, if you are comparing that distance, this is almost nothing if you are from the US because it doesn't sound like a lot. Um, but you know, it's the entirety of the country, though. Yeah. Yeah, Texas is bigger. Texas is bigger than the country. God damn, that's not true. I mean, it's kind of true. uh, is it country size? This thing right there, which we go in often, kind of. If we take France as a not with the fucking things. Yeah, no. I'm right. I'm right. It is the size of Texas. So it's as if you just, you know, going from one side of Texas to the other. That's that's the thing. I don't know why it's now on its side. That makes no sense. Why is it rotating so much? It is the size of Minnesota. That's gonna be the best thing, but nothing's there anyways, so yeah. The fact that we have this, to be honest, and that it counts, doesn't make any sense. If I go back to my original spot, right there, these guys, uh, these guys are trying to not be French. These guys are trying to not be French. These guys are trying to not be French. And I don't fucking know why these are still counted because they are more Canadian than French. But goddamn. You gotta check within Florida. Florida is yeah, tip to tip. We can go to Atlanta, but that's like not not that big. But if that is your reference and you know, um, that's what you know as a size reference, then this is pretty good. Why do we have these? We're not supposed to have these anymore. They're not supposed to count as French. Ah, goddamn. You're telling me that I could just take a flight here, still be in France, and then just easily move there. Uh, but you know, yeah, something's wrong. This is not supposed to be like turned like this. it's that's not supposed to happen. Also, you should be able to just click on something and get it, but yeah, nonetheless. That gives you a bit of an idea. So, France is not that big, and I should stop closing pages. When I'm comparing things like Japan and France, same thing. We have like similar amount of stuff that are Japanese in Ireland, like this teeny tiny bitch right there is part of Japan. But the size of Japan in length is much greater than the size of France in length, but the total volume of Japan is almost equal based on the fact that these things can go around here and these things go in around here. It's smaller than. But then you compare that to the US, it's basically all of that coast. But it looks bigger when it's like right there. Fucking hell, that's crazy. Anywho. Anywho. So yeah, that's the thing. So that distance here for like $50 is kind of cheap, and you end up with something that is pretty nice when it comes to the experience. Like the trains are pretty good. They are not as stable as the train that I have in Japan, but they are stable enough. And yeah, for $100, I feel like that's yeah, that you probably would. You probably would. The thing that I feel is also very interesting, um, specifically right now in the US and gas prices and so on, um, is you are counting in gallons and we are counting in liters. And so when we see you with the that's not what I said. When we see you with the price of gas and you saying that you are roughly at like $4 a gallon or something, or five, roughly, you are at roughly five in some areas right now. We are at currently 5 per liters, I think. Um, Again, I don't have a car, so I don't really give a shit. But um, we have like two something. I think for Paris, which is like where I am, there will be like um, a lot more expensive things. But goddamn, goddamn, yeah, we are two somethings per liter, meaning that the difference for you when we compare it to um, the dollar per gallon situation, we are currently at 9 per gallon. 10 right there. God damn. So, if you're not ready for that, like the highest is 12 and the lowest is 8. So we have like prices of gas that is like double the thing that you have. And what is funny from my point of view is I remember I remember when it was below 1 like a while ago now. We had gas for 80 cents per liter. Um, and at that time, my dad was still trying to figure out which one was the cheapest because 80 cents felt like a lot. And yeah, the fact that now we are at like €1 more than what we had is kind of crazy. But it's interesting. It's fun to see. It's fun to see. God damn. Anyways, conversions and math and so on, these are not my strong suits. I don't like it. But yeah, so it's really fun for us when you look at the prices and you don't know. As in Americans that I'm seeing on TikTok, for example, that are like basically saying that the price of gas in Europe is like $2 because they don't realize that a liter and a gallon is not the same thing. So, yeah, it's a bit expensive. It is a bit expensive, but goddamn, it's been a while since I've checked the prices, so that's it happens. But yeah, nonetheless, good road trip though. 10 hours is if I go from Andorra to the north of France, it's probably going to be 10 hours roughly in car. Um, so from where I am right now, in 10 hours by car, I can be in the Netherlands, maybe in Germany, like around Hamburg and so on. But if I take the train, I can be somewhere in Sweden in 10 hours. And if I decide to take a plane, I'm not going to count 10 hours of plane because I would rather do 13 and be in Japan. But in about an hour, I can be here. That is, to me, that has always been the funniest thing. Is like it takes the same amount of time to go from France to France or France to like Stockholm. Like I think it's 2 hours something. Yeah, 2:25. 2 hours and 25 minutes, meaning that it's going to take like 3 hours in total with the, I mean, maybe 3:30 with like check-ins and stuff at the airports. Um, but God day. God day. It's so fast. But yeah, we cross countries. The thing that we said before, in the comparison between the United States and something that I'm saying most of the time is that based on what we see from the internet and online and TV and the news and so on, uh, you are the states of America, but there is no united in the states. It's just like this is the states of Americans, and yeah, the united is kind of broken, and therefore, if we decided at some point that each state was an actual country per se, then with its own government and so on, you would be closer to what we currently have around these central-ish sections. Not around here. You have like too many packed in the beginning, like when things happened in the colonization and so on. Like it was basically, oh yeah, I'm going to take that part of land and it's going to be this state specifically. And then the further this way, further west you go, the least you cared and the more land you took. So that's kind of fun for me. But yeah, somewhere around here, you're mostly closer to Europe as a whole. So it's if it was countries, then you would be crossing countries uh, by crossing states, except Texas, because this bitch is massive. Other than that, the others are fine. But yeah, I've made so many mistake with thinking that. I mean, not mistakes. My brain just mistook Seattle and Sydney for the longest time. So when people were talking about Seattle, I thought it was in Australia, and when they talked about Sydney, I thought it was in Australia, which made sense. And now I know, which makes no sense. And then British Columbia is also something that I sometimes have put inside of the US instead of in Canada, but that's like same situation, same issues. Um, and then that bitch right there, I don't understand why this is not Canadian. I mean, technically, I don't understand why uh, Alaska is not Canadian. Sorry. It makes no fucking sense to me. There is no link in between the US and the US. Like it's absolutely broken, which is the same reason for us as French. I don't think we should have. I don't think we should have any fucking rights over that thing. Makes no sense. It. Yeah, that's not what I call a link. But yeah, no, you're right. You have the pipeline somewhere along the line of here, if I remember correctly. Um, the thing that is also funny to me is the distance in between Russia and the US being like 5 meters. In reality, if you take land to land, 20 meters? Like, I think it's 20 kilometers in total in between these two, 20 to 40. Um, and it's like very much close by, the same way that Russia and Japan are basically touching each other, not in a weird way, um, pixelated, but not in a weird way. Somewhere around here or somewhere around here, I forgot which one it is. That is like I think it's this one where it's so close together. And then here, same thing. Like the distance in between these two is just like so close. But this one is gonna break very soon. Um, we are waiting for the earthquake of the 30 years. So it's gonna It's gonna be bad. Um, as I mean, uh, you know, it was still pixelated. Still. Also, the fact that Taiwan at a period of time was Japanese, kinda, not really, but kinda, occupied by Japanese is a very weird thing. And to me, again, this is like a French thing. Don't worry about it. This getting the independence from China, kinda, and not wanting to be part of China is the same vibe that we have right here with this one, which is roughly the same size, where it's like, yeah, well, we don't want to be part of France, but we still will take the benefits. But we don't want to be part of Italy either. But we will still take the benefits if we can. So yeah, and this one is not the same. Like this is France and this is Italy, kinda, not really. Um, but it's just like it's such a weird thing. These teeny tiny islands, from my point of view, just I don't get it. I don't get it. Anyways, that's nice. That's an interesting country right there. Um, but I've always had like the weirdest feeling, not really feeling, but the weirdest relationship with countries in general. I feel like countries should not necessarily exist as a delimitation of things. We should all be okay living with one another, and that is not the case. But yeah, it's just like, well, around these lands, as I showcased before, but like around these lands, if we go in the north of France, close to Germany and Switzerland and so on, for example, or Belgium not really, but like kind of around here, the people that live like roughly on the borders, they speak a language that is a mix of both. They speak French and they speak German, or like kind of Flamand, which is a bit of a weird thing for Belgium. And so there is a transition passage which is close to the border, but like if there was no border per se, it would still happen because a lot of people around here are speaking a very specific language. Um, and yeah, around here there is still some German, not in the French side, but a lot of people that are around here from Metz and Nancy have like a lot of German speaking ability. Um, but I would agree with you in the sense that the French will speak French most of the times. If they can avoid speaking any other thing, they will speak French. So for Belgium, the French are speaking French in Belgium. Luxembourg, same thing. Germany, most of the times French. Switzerland, French. Uh, around the north of Italy, kind of complicated. Closer down, we can speak French, but it's not the best. At the north of Spain, we have a lot of French-speaking things somewhere around here. Also on that section, mainly because French tourists are just going down. But then, yeah, the only one that is kind of strict is the Portuguese, Spanish, even though the language are similar. Um, they are not similar enough to be understood by one another, specifically at the speed at which they are speaking. So, yeah, but again, I don't fuck with countries. I don't. It doesn't make any fucking sense to me. Um, some countries should not exist. Like France, France should not exist. We should have fallen so many times, and we haven't, which makes absolutely no sense to me. Like, I don't know why we're still relevant as a country at this time. It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. But it happens. It's okay. It's fine. I'd rather be here, even though not the same. But going back to what I was saying, if when I'm going back to Japan and living there for the longest time, I'm gonna get a car because the type of shit that I want to visit and explore is all of that shit that is around here. So there is a train that goes in the middle, but all of that forest around here, all of the trails, the things that are like the lakes that are really cool, they are not necessarily the easiest to access if you don't have a car. So renting a car here and there is going to be the best thing. And most
X
of the
goes
stuff
3D is now following.
um, in the north is where I want to go. So yeah. Xcopes, welcome on in. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? Thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome on in. That's another X. But the thing that we're doing again from Japan is like I'm usually taking a plane. Like last time when we went to Hiroshima to just visit like everything as always, we just took a fucking plane because going from Tokyo to Hiroshima took us an hour and 30 minutes, 2 hours, I think, in plane. Uh, and that was it. Last time we did in 2019. 2019? Yes. 2020, beginning of 2020. We did Tokyo to Kanazawa, and this was done in train, and it took us like a long time. A long ass time. And then now, if I go back to Kanazawa from Tokyo, I'm probably going to take a plane because it's just like faster. So much faster. But yeah, most of the things, as I said that many times as well. Navigating in train in Japan is so much more expensive than you think it will be, mainly because if you take the Shinkansen, which is the high-speed rail, you need to pay for the door fee and then the seat fee. And basically the door fee is just I'm gonna use the high speed rails, which is gonna cost you somewhere along the line of $100. Or at least that was the price when last time I used it. And then you need to pay for your seat, which is roughly going to be about $80. So you are paying roughly $200 for the travel in train one way, just one way. Whereas in plane, most of the times now it's a bit more expensive because of fuel, but most of the times you're paying $200 ish, $100 ish. Uh, the other way around. So, yeah. Got raided here some times ago with Props. Well, welcome on in. Did Props end his streams? Is that what happens? Did he finish the beta? I think that was the beta things for today. For the chat styles thingy. I don't know why I'm logged out, but I'm logged out. This is getting worse. This is getting worse. There is so much shit happening in this page. I get it though. I get it. He still hasn't taken my own thing. Just crazy. Yeah. There is a need for design on this thing. But welcome on in. So yeah, that's the That's the thing. Like traveling with a plane is just so much faster, so much better in terms of um, price. And if you think about it in terms of an ecological impact, it is so much nothing. It is worse than the train. I get it. I agree. But it's less than Taylor Swift. So, if she just sat down for a year, break a leg, and then no tour, the earth would be better. So I don't care. That's my reasoning. If you are an ecologist, um, yeah, I've built this thing a while ago to just give you a bit of an idea, you know. And so you take one of the biggest families, people, and you say that you're doing some short hauls. So you're in Japan, you're doing, let's say you're staying for 3 months, you're doing 4 to 5 trips. So that's like roughly 6 planes, right? And the others are going to be in trains. And you need to go in Japan and then come back. So there's going to be long haul twice on the year. And then you don't drive a car because I don't drive a car. You don't have a private yacht, not a thing. You eat meat, you have a home energy that is average. And I would need to do the exact same thing for 618 years to come as close as Seabell in 1 year. So I don't give a shit. Like, I'm not, I'm not the issue there. Like yeah, that's not that. I'm no problems. You're no problems either. So you shouldn't care. Even if I take like Taylor Swift as a reference, um, it's still like 100 years. I need to be alive for 98 more years, and doing the exact same thing for 98 more years. In the meantime, during these 98 years, Taylor Swift is probably going to do things that are the same amount of emissions every year. So we don't care. We don't care. Anywho, uh, I see we have Tickle right there. Um, I think my main issue, I know I need to have props here to bitch about it, but I think my main issue with the current state of things is the amount of stuff that is happening on screen to grab my attention, because it's crazy. Like, you have the free right there, you have the button that is right here, you have the check to customize the view. View is the only one that is not like fighting for my attention. This is fighting for my attention because it's animated. This is also same here, same there because it's massive and purple. It's weird. Um, Everything should be like so much less visible, less in your face, in order to make sense and be somehow like an easier thing to digest. But yeah, also cat, if you're still lurking from far away, this one is potentially an option for you to get as a chat, and it's free. And you can customize it and, do other things. Um, I don't know if we can customize everything from here, but maybe. We'd probably be able to roughly do the exact same amount of like design thing. This is not working. God damn it. Yeah. Might be good. Cat. Might be good. Might be a thing that you can use for chat overlay. And that supports someone that we know, you know. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. It's free for now. I wouldn't mind. I guess that's the thing with the roundness of 14, which if we wanted to go with Nanny's behavior, we're probably gonna be somewhere around here. And then it's not necessarily centered within the content, so I'm guessing it's that system where you should have somehow an offset. But that's not the offset per se, but it's kind of, yeah, that's a bit of a weird thing. These are inverted. That's interesting. I'm sent to the message inside of the bubble. It would be somewhere around here. Yeah. Maybe. Maybe that could work. Anyways. It's a lot more work than just buying the things and getting it. I agree with that. This is the thing that I wanted for Stony, but Stony hasn't popped in, which is crazy for a Wednesday. I don't know what happened. This popped in my feed about 3 hours ago, and it's obviously vibe coded. No contestation here. But it is interesting to check what they have and say, like, it's basically a tracker for your anime stuff, and you can just, you know, have all of your past watched things in there, thing that you've dropped since the things that you haven't, and so on. You would have some sort of a profile, and right now I'm not logged in, so I don't know exactly what it is doing. I'm expecting it to just save on local storage, which is not good. And then if I create an account or if I log in to sync with Google, I'm getting access to other things, which is interesting. But for something that is available with like a My Anime List and AniList import as an option, if you have this recommendation algorithm behind it and so on, it is interesting. It is shit though when it comes to the user interface on desktop. It's obviously meant for the mobile version, but it's also kind of shit when it comes to the behavior. So let me show you what I'm talking about. Here, for example, you say, you know what, I'm currently watching a new anime. So I need to add something, and you have two options. You can add friends or add anime from the plus. That, first of all, makes absolutely no sense. I would almost never add friend from the main thing. The main goal of the app is adding anime to my list, so that it should be just add anime by default. It had that slide thing for the new page, which is obviously weird, but enough. And let's say looking at the Witch Hat Atelier, which is the new one, new things, and I'm currently watching, right? So catch up to the latest episodes. That's where we are. I'm not at episode 6. I'm at episode like 3, kind of. So I can do that. It's going to give me everything that I have here, and that's pretty good. But then feels that's the last drop before work. Lucky you missed it. I'm sorry. Um, Let me read that. 2 questions. First, why is your head so close to the border on Ban Me? And second, where do you get that dot design domain name? Which one? Which one dot design domain name? AOA dot design or yeah, the picture doesn't allow me to like if I wanted to get like more centered, I would need to crop the pic and I wanted to avoid that. So yeah, that's the that's the reason. And what do you mean by the dot design thing? Are you talking about this one? Because that's always has been the dot design. I mean, most of my dot design, as in mom dot design, AOI dot design, the others that I have that you don't know about. Um, yeah. No, I wouldn't generative fill for the left side. Nah. Nah. I don't think I have it here. No, I don't. I don't. Have a good day at work. I mean, afternoon at work. Take care of yourself. We'll see you soon. We'll see you soon. Um, if that's the question, Larkham, yeah, that's the dot design is coming from OVH, our very French OVH. But yeah, but they are expensive. They just implemented a new system for their pricing system that are more expensive than before, and I would recommend you to go with Cloudflare directly because overall, like the domain registration system that they have isn't the cheapest, but you can have then the hosting, you can have like every other things within, and it's gonna be okay. So some of them are going to be like not free, but kind of free. So you know, why not? Why not? Yeah. A dot me, I would never. I would never get a dot me. That's that. It's weird for a single person. A single person for a website, why not? But yeah, the thing that I do, irrelevant, but still potentially useful for you. The thing that I do is when I'm purchasing the things, which obviously I'm gonna need to fucking do that. Um, I usually take the domain names for 10 years if I can. So if it's like 1650 for the first year and then 1656 for the next years, I'm combining like at least 10 years because it's just easier, and then I don't have to think about it. It's like $160 once, and then I'm done. Um, and yeah, I like to do that. My dad used to do that with some of the previous domain hosting that were a bit different in these days, and now I think they are dead now, but they were basically providing registrations for 30 years. So he used to just find a domain name that was good for him and buy it for 30 years and then forget about it. Because it was just like, well, in 30 years, if I'm dead, well, I don't need to renew that domains. And that's what happened. So, you know, um, it happens. So, yeah, maybe do that. Depending on what you're trying to achieve, some of the domains are going to be like more expensive than others, for sure. And then the thing that I highly recommend you to check is the TLDs. So the TLDs are going to be providing some interesting things when it comes to the, the domain name in questions. And the dot design is an interesting thing, but I do like it only if you know that that website specifically is always going to remain as a design slash creative environment. Because if and dot design is it kind of works, but it not kind of not. uh like if you say, I don't know, if you say that right now you're a designer, but then you change career and you become an engineer, then having a dot engineer later is going to cost you some money. And therefore, if you just created something like a .net or .com or whatever, if you can, then it makes more sense. But if you know that you're still going to be in a kind of design creative environment, like as I always say, I'm a designer right now. But if I say tomorrow I become a woodworking, I'm still designing things. I'm designing tables and chairs and other things. It kind of works. I would love a dot wood because it makes sense. I don't know if we have the one from, yeah, we don't have it here, but the like Gleb has gleb.sexy, and I feel like sexy is always going to be really good. So, you know, and I mean, also you remember it. Like that's the type of shit that you're like, I get it. I get it. And Gleb is a designer that is doing design things and plugins for Figma and, you know, other things, but most of the time it's just going to be unrelated, in which case it's fine. So dot design is good. Dot fail is interesting. If you are failing a lot, then yeah, do that. I like, I kind of like to get things that are interesting for the reading of the words. So Dot Ninja is one of them that just sounds interesting. I love Dot Cheap, because if you are trying to like, you know, be someone that is a freelancer or some things, being cheap is an interesting point of interesting selling points. So if you have like a something dot cheap is all right, cool. Let me check, and then your prices are just so big and expensive that it's fun. You know, it could work. But the dot chip makes it that people are getting in. Nonetheless, like getting something that just works. So all of these TLDs are interesting, and most of these are just word TLDs, there is a section which I don't think we have here. There is a section about regional TLDs, which is a bit of a different things. So I think a dot sexy is pretty clean. I I think it's really nice. But the thing that I'm about to say is that there is a ton of additional country code that you can use in like the ending of the words that you're trying to have. So .to is one that I like a lot, and I would love, or I would have loved to get ben.to for bento as a replacement for ban.me. Because it's fun. It reads bento, but there is like just .to, ben.to. It's interesting. So I would highly recommend you to get a look at that to figure out what countries, like country TLDs, can be used and are interesting to you in order to, get the output that you want. But yeah, the .xyz is one that is very common for tech-related stuff. I love the .what the fuck for no reason whatsoever. But there is so many. There is so many. So that's the recommendation. Just get yourself a TLD that makes sense. The dot porn is nice. No, they don't have dot sexy. Cloudflare doesn't. I don't know exactly where. I don't remember. Where we can have like the list of TLDs for where they are available. So dot sexy is available in OVH. $30. God damn, from pork bun. Sorry. Isn't design porn already a thing? I feel like it's already there. I think it's yeah. But like getting some of these is potentially a good option, potentially simple. Like I could get a .ao at the end. A design.ao would be such an interesting thing. But yeah, maybe not. Maybe not. But yeah, take a look at this one so that you would know exactly where things are potentially registerable. But yeah. I don't know. We don't have a .em. You could have like a Larkham .em, but you can't. Kind of sad. Like some shit like this with a .ee, and you have mark EE for marquee thing, and your whole website is just like text that slides from side to side. I'm sure it exists. God damn, it doesn't exist. But like shit like this. Like their domain names is mark EE. and it's I don't. It has no fucking business being this bad when it comes to the website. I should contact them. They don't have a single marquee in the entire website. That's so sad. Uh, you know. Anyways, have fun with that though. The thing that I would say as well, the same way that I mentioned that in the past for uh, email address and so on, and then we can go back there, is if you get your email address and utilities and your domain names to be something that is close to you, esports. Well, come on in. How are you? Um, and yeah, um, you can share the links either in chat here or share them directly in Discord. I forgot if you're already in Discord. I think you are. I think you are. But if you are not and you want to share that there, please do that. But yeah, share the link of the image or something so that we can take a look at it to see the exploration of that blue logo that you had last time. Um, but yeah, no, like the thing is, for your email, your domain names, your things, the probability of your own name changing is uh, limited. You can always change the name, you know, it happens, but it is in most people's lives the most constant thing that you have. You have your own name, and it's going to be there. So getting a domain name that is linked to your name is going to be the safest bet. And if you can get a .com, that's going to be the best option. If you can get a .fr because French, you can do that. If you can get a something else like .net, do that. But the least descriptive as possible, the better it's going to be, because you can get the ability to just reuse things here and there and then switch things here and there and say, well, you know what? I was doing design last year and now I'm building something that's in finance. My domain names can just be the same. It's just going to be different landing page. Whereas if you were, as myself, as AOA.design, now being finance related, going to AOA.design for finance things, um, eh, it's kind of weird. So I would need to get AOA.finance if I was to do that at some point. So that's the that I would highly recommend you to get, like a domain that just makes sense to you with a TLD that is like the most common. .com is going to be harder to get because, you know, like that's the thing. If and if I remember correctly, your name is very specific, uh, and therefore, you know, getting that is potentially an option, and getting a .com or .fr is going to be a thing. .com is the best things. It's probably also going to be one of the most expensive in the common um, domain names. So yeah, but yeah, that's the tips. So esports. This is the Hibiki app that I discovered earlier today, which is a new alternative things for tracking your anime um, watching experience. Um, and it's interesting. It is AI generated for sure. Everything is kind of broken. The layout is shit, and the behavior is kind of shit. So I'm dunking on it, but yeah, it's interesting. It's a nice concept so far. Yes, you can share that in private if you want to. Easiest is still to share that within um, the designer help, but yeah, that's like That's like a lot, a lot, a lot. Um, is it for the same logo? It is. I I like this one for simplicity. It is really complicated to read. Uh, you may be able to do something about it to get like the people to understand what it is. This one reads as 7A. Um, so that's a bit more complex. This is very F1 related, like the checkerboard flag at the end of the race type of thing. This one is misaligned by air. This one read like 1-1 and not necessarily 7. I don't know exactly why that's the case, but yeah. These are fun. That's a very interesting concept. I like the first one. The other two are not there yet. But I like this one a bit. This is impractical. Uh, the one is not readable, and it reminds me of slippers. Because as if I had like the front of the slipper here that goes on top of the feet, and kind of Adidas slippers. Not great. Not the greatest. This one is weird. Yeah, these angled are kind of too much. These ones are interesting, but not readable as 71. However, does it need to read as 71 to be part of the logo or to be the logo itself? Not really. If there is the word or the the name next to it, then it makes sense. But um, this one is really interesting. I kind of like the checkerboard as well because it makes sense. Um, so basically, what you have here is one of the common logo design behavior that we have. A lot of people are doing the exact same thing and have done the exact same thing for a long time, which is not a bad thing. Um, but your readability, god damn it, your readability with this is a bit lacking based on, let me just fake this and align shit. So this kind of read like 7A, kind of. And so what I kind of like about it is the fact that if I do this, it's going to still be readable in the same way. So you could decide to go with one of this, but it kind of removed the one, and that's kind of bad. It's not, it's not great, but yeah, it's not bad. Um, I think the reason why we have A around here is because of that triangle that is created right here, so that people are seeing something that is invisible, but basically that's the understanding, and therefore it's not necessarily as good as you want it to be. Um, so you know that's an option, but I do like this a lot for simplicity. You can go with something like this, maybe. with a blob effect when it comes to like the transition between the two things, but you also like that emphasize the A, I feel like. Um, but it could work. Uh, I don't know exactly how you can get the 71 as in one alone to be like visible here. Let me check. Let me check that. Yeah, that's what I thought. So Moam is doing that edge to cut the 7, and the 1 is a bit straighter. So you could cut that here basically. So that would be somehow that goes here and that goes there. God damn it, the other way around. uh, get the 7, but then you lose the 1 in a way. So I don't like that. Yeah, that's basically the idea. The thing that I have in my head right now, based on the previous conversation that we had, um, being like, this is for an esport team, and therefore it's gonna be on a t-shirt. Like that's basically what it is. So making sure that it's readable-ish is good. 100% removing this. That's it. You have your 71. No issues, no questions. It's good. It's working. The layout makes sense. The effects make sense. The crops make sense. But as soon as you do this, it doesn't read the same way. So that's the reason for this. To be able to just like, make it wherever, however, as long as you have something in a direction, it's gonna be okay. So it's one of the things. So this one is interesting and good. The second one is very much 7 and very much A. So you don't have the repeat. The thing that you can do with this is get. It's gonna be bigger. Yep. Is get your. God damn it. I'm gonna kill some people at Figma. Again. Thank you. Almost. Almost. So you can get your 1 to be interesting. To be more of a 1 shape if you clip the edge. I'm going to change that to interesting. I'm going to change that to 0 again. And maybe if you clip it at an angle, which is, to make it make sense, you will probably need that to be somehow this. Probably. Let me do that. Something like this would give you the one, even though the offset, like we would expect that to be here. So that's an interesting system. If you want to kind of expand on that to get like a bit of a more fun-ish font situation, you're going to end up with something that is roughly like that. So, not necessarily good. But with that in mind, as in this system in mind, this is basically um, that as a placement. So you could have like somehow something in there that just crops at that angle um, on top of this content, so that you have the effect in question. So like this thing, god damn it, every fucking time. Uh, that this thing gets like a more interesting cut per se, and you have a rotation. This is not supposed to be here, but it's just like, but that's weird. I don't like it, personally speaking. Um, so that's better still. This one is, I'm reading it as 1-4 based on the lines. So, and I know this is kind of weird, but what happens on this for me is this is going to be weird. This is what I'm reading right there. We're going to get that at 0 and get that in red so that you can see what I'm seeing. And then I see this, which is unrelated, but that's the lines that stands out to me. And even if we don't like offset that and we just get that, we have 74. And if we get the other trick that I did a second ago, and we get this, we have something that doesn't mean anything, and we have T4, and that's the reading patterns that at least happens in my head. So I wouldn't. um, I like the concept of it. I feel like this is pretty interesting based on the fact that it's also something that is like 100% um, flippable with no issues, but it's harder to read than the others. This one is cool, but as I said, it's misaligned by a hair. Don't worry about it. And there is like a bit of an issue with that top section not being equal to the other three. I mean, as in the three blocks are not the same sizes. So it's kind of harder to organize in your head. This one is really cool. I feel like this is really, really nice. You could make it work with a slight amount of edge. That makes no sense. Just saying a slight amount of edge. For sure, a slight amount of edge. Um, so if you did, instead of doing that like this, you did, you know what? Um, you bring it down just a smidge. Probably the thing that would need to happen here is this to get like the the 7-ish to be in play, and then the alignment would be somewhere around here. That could allow you to get the opposite right about here. But then you lose that. You lose that one shape. So that's the sad part. I do like this though. It's less of a 7 now. If you put it too low, it's going to be bad. And then that's basically the angle that you want to have. I don't know this one. I don't know that. Yeah, that angle is kind of crazy though. But it kind of works. There's something about it, but it's weird. I don't know. There is something about this shape that just like doesn't really make any sense. What I think could happen is taking one of these. I'm going to use that because I have it right here. And then attempting something with one of these and just see like how is the angle going, what's the current direction, why are things like the way that they are right now. Like it's very much similar to what you currently have, but you get the 1 by having that angle right there. You get the 7 by having that kind of going down but not really down situation. And obviously I'm gonna like this better because this makes more sense to me. But yeah, this is the lot font. It's very similar in terms of heaviness and weight. I think I have. I have another one. That's lot, if I'm remembering correctly. That's Moro. Or is rounded. Interesting. I don't like it. Do we have alternates? I don't think we do. I don't think we do. Yeah, we don't have other things. That's about it. 1 second though. Yeah, I think it's the cut that makes it interesting and that works with like the fact that it looks like a one. Um, like if you were to, you know, get 77 from here, which is kind of what you already have, and then let me get my angle right. Ah, and then you get one of these, and you just place it where it needs to be placed, somewhere around there. Let's make that. 8 is probably gonna be good. Like, that is a 77. Obviously, that's the goal. Um, but you can kind of play with it with having the 71 without really getting the flat angle around here. Um, but what Kane said with the ZZ is also a thing. So it kind of looks like it. Um, and I think you have it. I think you have tried similar things as well. So I get that. I like that, but it doesn't read well. What do we have? What do we have? That's not what I wanted to do. Yeah, that's 77. That's not. That's the thing that we did last time. Kinda, roughly. Um, yeah, it's the one thing. Like 7 on its own is going to be weirdly placed, and then you have the one that is breaking the entire thing. I'm gonna use my own current project because it makes sense, and specifically here, it's gonna be the best representation. So Mima is the work that I'm currently working on with the client, and when you look at it, we have 4 letters, so it should be very easy. The thing is, the fucking M and A that is nice. The M and A is just not good because of the amount of space that we have right there. So there are some fonts that are trying to like get the M's to be like a bit more wide. I don't know if it's in the next one or if it's something else. I know I have them though. Shit like this, for example, this one is not exactly the one that I had in mind, but shit like this is going to give you a bit of a better spacing and alignments and visual alignments for the entirety of the things. But then you are kind of going to do that at some point because that's what makes kind of sense, and you end up with the same issue. So that's really bad. So it is like such a weird system, and as I mentioned before, specifically for I mean, these ones, I deleted a ton of them. We attempted a ton of variations, and I'm still like not really happy with it. And I I went with like weird things with the handwritten um in most of the activities, but we always end up with that amount of space because if we make it closer, then it looks like another loop of the M, and therefore it's not readable. Nonetheless, all of that to say, I made a cat at some point. All of that to say, with the letters and the space, this is what is going to give you the understanding shape. And so 7 has so much white space around here that 1 doesn't have. And that's the hard part. So you can kind of um, get yourself something like that's not what you were supposed to do. You can get something like that, and then let me put that back at 0 so that we have the right thing, and then here put that in and get myself this with that. Um, like you could almost do something like this. As a concept, to basically use your 7, but the main issue that I would see here is the readability of this, as in people would probably read 17 and 71 as two different things. So, not the best. But this is very close to what you already have. I still think this is okay as a concept, even with the dots in both sides. That could be good. The only thing that I have a bit of a hard time with that this reads like a Y. So, like, I don't know. Yeah, not exactly. Mm-hmm. It also reads like a Z. Like if you it reads like a Z. So yeah. What if it fits? It fits trapezoid shapes. You mean for Mima for the A? Yeah, no, it's not. It's it's weird. I tried with different kind of M's and A's and shapes. I like this one a lot because of how it kind of look. Clients kind of likes this one, which I dislike the most compared to the entire thing. I like this one because it's fun. Um, But yeah. Yeah, no, the Z is the thing that you want to avoid, so I I get it. Um, I like this. I'm not gonna lie, I like this for the concept of it and how it looks, but still feel like there is something that is wrong about it. That font alone is okay. Like it's a good enough font so that you can use it from the get-go. It could benefit from having like the exact same shape, but being like a slight slimmer on its own, so specifically for the 7, to be like a bit slimmer so that it matches this, but it's not necessary. Like it would be somewhere around here, um, which is fine. Meh. It kind of works. That gives you a 1, that gives you a 7. Maybe if you do that. God damn it. I said nothing. Don't do that. It's not gonna work. You could do this. No, you can't do this. It really looks like ZZ. That's the thing. I don't know. It's the same issue that I have with the Mima logo for me. It's just like um you end up with the 2 letters, the 2 numbers, the 2 things that just look the same and need to not look the same but still look coherent together. And for me, if the name of the fucking app was Mimi or Mama, I'd be fine with it. But because E is such a shorter letter compared to the other 2, we end up with something that is weird in terms of alignments. So it doesn't work. I do like what Kane has done with that's gonna be weird. With the yeah, that sorry, that was good. Let's keep that for the alignments. And then I'm gonna do 222 and see if it works. It doesn't. Cool. But that is an interesting concept. You know what? That's a fair point. Even if you don't use that font and you just Not that. Even if you do that, you're gonna have something that is like interesting as a concept. You do have your seven, you do have your kind of one type of situation. It's not exactly as right as you want it to be, but it's interesting enough. Um, but it's not great either. This one is growing on me the more I'm looking at it for many reasons. But I fear the yeah, the Z is still there. This was interesting. Um, it has something to it, but it's not. It's still missing something, and I don't know what it is. Maybe it's color. Uh, maybe that's all we need, you know. And now we are in Formula One. Damn. We look on clothing, another product that I'm using an AI setting that logo, but it keeps turning 71 into a Z. That is so sad. That is so sad. Um, Currently, the ChatGPT Image Gen 2 is pretty good for maintaining what you're sending and providing an output. Um, so that's a potential. The other one that Kane is going to talk about is Flow or Google Flow, and it is good. So I could also recommend it. Um, but yeah. Oh, Maladin, hi, welcome on in. How are you? How's the day going? That's a very interesting system. I kind of like that a lot. Uh, I like that angle right here that is clipping so that you get this the seven and the one that is like a bit of an inside situation that you don't know that is there, but you see it at some point, which is like similar to the FedEx logo, the Amazon logo, the regular logos that have hidden elements. Um, but yeah, what do you mean? You were about to say something about Google Flow. I mean, that's you were. uh, and Mohammed, I'm sorry that you have to migrate some servers. I don't know what you need to do with the servers and the migration, but yeah, uh, I'm not gonna lie. The image in the background helps a ton. It does. It it's great. I used um I do like it. I do like it. Let me get a corner thing. Oh, I can't round that. Makes sense. I think just breaking the corner at like 2 to 3 is probably going to be a good option, but yeah, I I kind of like it. Um, I can't use ChatGPT today. I used it already, but again, the thing that we have done, um, like this was one of the generation from ChatGPT at the in the beginning, and then I tried to expand on uh, these characters, and it wasn't it hasn't been good. Um, it was fine, but it's just like doesn't really work with the goal. And I've done another one right here, which was appreciated by the client, but not as much as I wanted it to be. And this one kind of worked, but also not as great. Um, so it's working. It can generate stuff, but it's not necessarily going to be like the best generation. Again, from this one, like creating the pin, creating the things on top of the content. If you have access to ChatGPT image gen, you're gonna have something that is like better outputs for sure. Right now, it is kind of the best option, so I would do that. If you're in Figma and you have a paid seat, um, you can do that. So this is the original image that I used, and then I asked make image from Figma and said use the logo and place it inside of this thing based on these two images, like that logo and that thing. And obviously, because it cropped to that section, it doesn't want to do something that is bigger. Um, it broke it, but I can see very much all the details that needs to happen, and this is pretty impressive for that. Figma has the ability to give you um, Nano Banana Pro. You have tokens and credits per month, but still, it's an interesting thing, and you can probably output something that is okay um, within it. So, you know, can do that. Let me see if I can do that. Why do we have a point right there? Always. Always. So if I take this, this, and these two, I said these two. I feel like 6 is okay. Do 6 on this one as well. And I guess these two could go at 6 as well. No, that's the thing. This one is going to need to be like 4. And these maybe 1. just to break the corner. Yeah, that's weird. That, that's weird. It's an interesting system, but I don't know if it works. I don't know if it works for the 71 per se. But in term of the readability, going back to what I said earlier, it reads more 7. I do see the same thing, yes. I see the nose right there, and then you can have an eye here. I, for some reason, I know the reasons, but for some reasons, the sharp one is reading 17 easier than the rounded one. And I don't know if it's just me, but for some reason, the roundness makes me read the shape of the 7 first, and then I understand that there is something in it that looks like something else. And I have the one that comes in because it has that head profile thing, and that's the nostril with like a lot of snot going in. Very nice for Halloween if you want to change the logo. You get like a Frankenstein thing with a snot and a green head type of thing. Anyways, so I'm reading that a bit easier because of the roundness. On this one, I'm reading the one first because that's the thing that stands out. Depending on what you put it on, then maybe maybe it could work. But yeah, again, related. In the 500 plus things that we have right here, and I think we do have some t-shirt mockups right there. That's not the thing that I wanted to have. It's probably going to be in the logo mockups. If you use like one of the mockups that already exist instead of using an AI to generate something, you're going to have an easier time. And it's not impossible for you to just find something that just match with what you're trying to achieve. So that whole section is probably going to be an option. Potentially, I don't know. But these are PSDs, so if you don't have Photoshop, then you need to have like Photopea and so on. That could be good, but yeah, this one is just like the biggest resource that I know of that you can potentially use. Other than that, there's probably a ton of other things in there that you could use. But I see. It's crazy that this website is still going on. But yeah, so that's the thing. If you want to pay, I doubt it. I wouldn't. If I remember correctly, LS Graphics has a lot of t-shirts and clothes and hoodies and others that, you know, are pretty good. Again, this is gonna cost a lot more than anything. If I remember, there are some free options in some of these that you can potentially use as well to just see how it would look. And in terms of the other, we have in the apparel mockups going into the free again. you will have same thing, some free stuff that you can reuse in there. I just remember that there is like the hoodie one that are pretty good, but there's probably just one. So, if you just wanted something like this and see how it looks on the breast pockets, see how it looks as a full thing, which is not an option for you. Like for you, it's just like this section. That could be a thing, and I don't know if you can edit online through that system. If that's the case, that's pretty cool. Yeah. um, the one that you can edit online, that's pretty interesting. Can I do edit online and free? Damn. Interesting. I didn't know. I didn't know. But yeah, like there is a ton of options like this, like LS Graphics, like um, made by Circular, but the Circular is not necessarily the freest of freest. There's another one that I have in my head. I see the website. I know exactly how the mockups looks. I forgot the names. I see the things. I know exactly how they have like a bit of a nice 3D scene creators where you can define the camera angle, which is basically like what they have created is a set of mockups with multiple angles, and you can just navigate throughout. I forgot the name, so that's not going to be useful for you. But yeah, so that's I guess that's the best option that you need to go through. No, that's not it. That is not the one that I had in mind, but that could be an option, yes. Same thing. All the links, as always. All the links is always a good idea. That looks like a very much AI generated packaging because it is. Because it is. Also, it's in the AI packaging design, so it makes sense. Going back to what I was saying to Denny last time, these like white label package are pretty simples. Anyways, yeah. Other than that, I think you have a pretty good system. Do you have a favorite so far? Like in that whole thing, like are there things in there that just like make sense to you and not make sense to you more than others? Um, is probably going to be the question, but these are so weird. I'm not gonna lie. These look like 1-1 more than anything. Like this one is 11, with one of them two having the tail. Just because it's too right angle right there, that just doesn't work. Just doesn't work. Wait, this is kind of can't do that. Eh? Yeah, you're gonna end up with the same thing. Weird. Well, that seems like a good option. honestly. Yeah, I'm stopping on the sames again. This is interesting as well, but it doesn't match the vibe. Like this is better, but it's also kind of weird with the layout. Um, sorry. What the fuck do you mean you have a dot right here? what, what is that? Um, yeah. I should just use PCAP for this. It's gonna make more sense. I forgot if we can write something. I think we can, but right now, I apparently can't remember. Damn. um, yeah, I don't think we have any of these. Um, you probably have done the same thing. You can kind of see that some of the sevens have that kind of head shape that goes back down, like right here to very much emphasize that this is a seven and not another one with a long ass head. And some of the thing that you have created kind of looks like this, where it looks like two ones with one of them being a bit wonky compared to the others. So that's why I'm like, not the best. This is similar enough. Interesting enough, but not great. Like these one read really much 1-1 or 7-7, but like it's just one of them is wonky. That's it. I don't know why these fonts are orange by default. Like that makes no sense to me. Makes no sense. Interesting, but that's similar to what we have, and you can crop it up for sure. For sure. But yeah. The current one? Yeah. The current one is interesting as well. It does have some... It does have some interesting things in it. The dot is kind of the thing that threw me off the first time. But yeah, that is so weird. This is just 7/. Choose an option. You could 7/ yourself. Recast seems to be interesting. Let's check that out. Yeah, yeah, that's an interesting one. It's fat enough. I wouldn't say it looks like an A, but it might create the shape of an A because of the angle. I've forgotten which file we have done this. It's probably on studies files. That's interesting. That's an interesting system. Encapsulating the whole thing throughout a shape. I have 8,000 fonts. So this is gonna take a bit. A lot is good. Again, the fact that I'm currently in the process of building like a logo with something that is just pissing me off based on the letters themselves is kind of similar to this. So I understand. I understand. Plaster was interesting. You don't want pixelated thing. I mean, you could go pixelated because it's esports, but it feels cliche and kind of boring. Um, kind of boring. Off the Rubik side, interesting, but not good enough. That's the thing that I tried. Yeah. Tunnel is massive. I need to recheck that. Oh, I don't want to do this, but I'm still gonna do it. 1 second. I just had an ID. It's a bad ID, so don't worry about it. But it could work. It could be an interesting thing. Let's see. Okay, we reached the end. Good. So, ID. If we go with que and no, you get your 7 and your 1, which I should probably do that instead, so that I can place them properly. But you could get that, or I guess fur might be a better option. Um, God damn it. You know? Um, yeah. This is fu and no in Japanese, which will not be a good idea. Don't do that. Do not do that. But it's an interesting thing. You can use like the small characters to bring it in. I think it has something interesting in there, but it's just like complicated to see like the 7 and the 1 as two different things. I feel like the one that I have made is kind of similar to these, not in the good way. It's just Japanese, yes. Which Funo doesn't mean anything for me, but it could mean something. This is interesting for the 1 placement. But then you end up with things like this. So not necessarily good. That's what we've done last time. I think I need to try something. Uh, I think. I think I need to try something. Could. Could this work? God damn it. I'm still typing in Japanese. Could. Oh my god. I was about to say, could we, you know, use the negative space that is generated by the shapes to get the 1 to show up in the 7, but then you end up just with the fucking Z. Yeah. Damn. Ah. You like the last 3 lines? Yeah, I like this one from the last 3 lines better than the rest because it has like it has some personality and it's fun. These ones to me look like slippers. Like uh like that. Like specifically Japanese sleepers. Uh like these things because I'm I'm used to have them at home. So that's basically what I'm seeing. But you know, whatever. And then this one is interesting. Um, yeah, yeah, it is. It is, it is. If that's the one that I have in my head that I just found, but apparently no. This one's interesting. Yeah, that's the similar thing that we had in the first page, right? I feel like that makes sense. But yeah, basically these. From the side, it looks the same to me. Like that cut specifically with the white, you can kind of see the shape that I had in my head. Anyways, details. Uh, the issue that I have with the last line is the understanding is limited. Like when you add this cut at the top, right there, that's a 1. And that therefore is a 7. But because I need this to understand that this is a 1, it means that I'm reading 1. Oh no, 1, so 7, so 17, so oh no. Like all of that. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I think my mom has some. So yeah, so this one is the best for that line. This one is weird because this is not really where it needs to be. What it gives me as a vibe is These things, specifically in some games where you have some emblems uh, with the shape in question. So it's it's interesting, but it's also like not necessarily good. And I don't think you want to have anything military related on your esport team stuff. So this one is interesting because I can see I can see the thing that you have tried to add, but then it's basically that comes back up for me to stand out. These ones just makes no sense to me. Like it's so much on the edge that I'm like, I don't get it. Um, I do like this a lot for the visual, but it still is to me missing something. Maybe you can do that. Maybe you can do that. That was wild. Um, just making sure that we have the same angle for everything, you know. That's a thing. Um, yeah, but still, if one day they don't, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do about it? Um, that's not what I was supposed to do. That's what I'm. Alright, fine. Fuck this. That's the place. And then we want to do this, I guess. I guess. Yeah. Ah, fuck. um, last line, no, and number 3. I don't know about that. The thing that I'm trying to do right here is kind of weird, but potentially working, and it's not the best option, but it's we're gonna see. All right, we're gonna see if it does the thing that I'm trying to do. Um, I'm off by a bit, but to get that angle to be right. Eh, it kind of works. But yeah, you're saying last line number 3? This one? Yeah, I don't like it. I I don't like this one specifically because of how the first character doesn't look like anything. Like it doesn't look like a 7. It doesn't look like an I. It doesn't look like, I don't know what it looks like, but it doesn't look like anything to me. So that's why I'm like, yeah, I'm not sure. And then this one, which is just basically a rotated version of this, is kind of the same idea. Like these two, I have a very hard time reading the 7. That, I mean, specifically for me, that 4 line, I have a very hard time reading 7s. But yeah, this is interesting, but bad, but interesting. Um, maybe if you get something like a half point right here, up to there. You know, just to break the edges. For the one specifically, that could be something. The other thing that we would do is clip the top. Potentially. Not that it's necessary in any ways, but it's just like, you know. Again, this is not going to be visible at any size because it's like too small, but it adds the one. It adds a bit of the one compared to just this, which gives me a very hard time to read the 7 again. Like for me to read the 7, I would need to do this, and I hate it. Like it just doesn't match with anything in my head. So yeah. Damn. Damn. That's an interesting concept as well. Sorry, I just saw something. How the fuck do you do that though? Denny, hi, what on in? Uh, I I I'm seeing something. But basically what I'm looking at here is as if there was a flap of paper that was just flapped on top. So we could create the one as an effect. You can't do that on a t-shirt. um, yeah. It's really complicated. I mean, the fact that you have like very similar letters is the thing that just makes it complicated. Personally speaking, I'm not biased in the slightest. I like these a lot. These make sense to me. I like that for the chunkiness of it, but it still has some issues in readability in between the two 7 and 1. But it is better than nothing in my head. And then I like this for the rotatability, rotatability, the fact that you can rotate it. I like that, but it reads like YA or 7A. It's not necessarily good. I don't know what we can do to make it not an A though. That's the... I think it will always be an A. in my head for sure. Because if we extend that dock right there, as we did earlier, we end up with the Z that is slashed, and it's basically 7L, which is not good. So that's bad. It's interesting that this is the second one that I kept, and then we went back to it. That means something. That means something. Um, yeah. I think that's the thing. Based on the rest, I don't feel like we would have anything else. Yeah, and then that's the origami that I was talking about specifically, like shit like this right there, that can be reused as a base shape to create the numbers. Um, you can kind of see 7 is flat, but it has this angle right there, and 1 has a bit of an edge right here. So what the fuck was that? Sorry, that's not supposed to happen. That was not supposed to happen. Not like that. God damn it. We're not close enough. Yeah. That is not what we want. Um, that yeah. It doesn't does brain, it doesn't do the thing that we want to do here. I feel like if we had something like a duplicate slash different color patterns in between the two, then maybe that would work. Um, but that's like, again, I'm using red. that's again like the only potential to get it to work within it. Um, but it does look like 77. You picked the only two things that just can't work together. If you haven't if you didn't take a screenshot yet of this, and you want to, please do so, so that you have a reference just in case. But yeah, um, other than that, that's the that's too small to be noticeable in like on t-shirt. If it's embroidered or printed, you wouldn't even be able to do so because of the fact that this specific element is going to just fly off at some point. Um, so not the best option. I feel like this is such a boring and basic option, but it works. But yeah, other than that, from far away, I'm rechecking just in case. Um, yeah, it's the same. It's the same. It's crazy. Point that is very important right here that I just noticed. My brain with dyslexia is doing things to the letters in a way that a usual normal brain might not. So for example, this, I just read that VL because brain said, oh yeah, VL. Like again, dyslexic brain have the ability to just switch things around in 3D in my head, and that's the reason why I'm messing up with letters. But yeah, that's how I read it, which is also potentially an option and a reason why some of the others don't work with me as much as they should. Um, but yeah, this one is interesting as well, but it's not fine. It's not necessarily good. Do we have some alternate as well? We don't. We don't. We do not. Sometimes we have like some fonts that have um, weird hanging punctuations and so on, and alternate letters that we can use. Um, this could work. This could work. That's a bit boring, but it's interesting. Specifically if it's on a chest piece, on a t-shirt or a polo or something. Um, it attracts the eyes, or it will attract the eyes at least for me. Just get the yeah, has something about it. I don't know. Damn. Yeah, I think that's all I had. Denny, how's the website going? My question to you. My question to you. Figure this one out. What do you mean we don't have Demons of the Shadow Realm? It's because I can't type. uh, that's the reason. Congrats. Can I go to the homepage of that? Of what that? That the thing that I'm on right now? I don't think there is an homepage. It's so weird because the URL is alpha1 echo, and then the name is Ibiki. So that's I wasn't on much. That's the thing. Yes, that's right. You have the question mark in the 7 as well. Yeah, that thing. It's a weird system when you're looking at how they have built this thing. They simply have like a div that is growing and it's not positioned properly. It's just like it's pisses me off. It's offsetting. It's offsetting. Um, Interesting behavior. Interesting cropped shadow at the top and the side. This just is an overflow hidden on the edges, which makes no sense. Oh my god, same thing here. Holy shit. Holy shit. I want to see something though. Okay, cool. So just pick properly anime only. It's interesting. It's interesting. I don't know. I don't know. Um, do you have the page, Danny? When it comes to, you just said that it was like just the beginning and you started to work on it. Um, but yeah, do you have something? Stony, hi, what going on? You almost missed the stream. How are you? How's the day going? Um, I see. I see. I see. Um, this is for you specifically. I uh I needed to basically send you this. It's a very AI generated thing, but it has some potentially interesting system that you might want to take a look at. Um, Basically, this is a my animalist tracking system like app where you don't need uh, like an account or whatever. You can just have access to the things. What I do like about it is the when things are available and the overall like presentation that we have around here when you are like currently watching things. Obviously, this is like mobile first, so um, it's a bit of a different thing, but you know, potentially interesting, good to see, and so on. Um, that's a potential thing. There are some issues in there, obviously, but it's interesting. So again, for you, Stony, specifically as a my own profile situation and like how you have the recommendation system in place within your system, maybe taking a look at what they have here is interesting, you know, because maybe they have some stuff. That's all I'm saying. Other than that, um, it's fine enough. It is fine enough, but it's such an AI generated stuff. I don't. God damn. I don't get it. Basically, yeah. That's uh that's an anime tracking system that allows you to get like a what's going on this week, what's gonna like be released and so on. Um I do think that for some people that have like multiple TV shows that they're watching at the same time and so on, having the ability to get the whole view on the calendar is pretty interesting, specifically when it's like ongoing TV shows and series. When I look at the one that I'm using for my tracking only, um, we don't really have the calendar, but we do have when we go like in TV shows and watch next section, everything that is related to all of the TV shows that I have currently started and that I need to continue. So that's an interesting system. Um, but other than that, eh, eh, I don't know. Visually speaking, it looks interesting. Um, and I think the what I do like about it is some of these things, the fact that you have your ability to get like your my name list just by your username and then import the thing is pretty good. I don't remember if I have uh, an account. I mean, I know I have an account, but I don't remember the account in question. Like if I have something, it's probably in there, but obviously, as always, this thing is not working. Yeah, I don't have shit in there. At that time, would I have logged in with Google or with Facebook? Yeah, I haven't. I haven't. I know I have an account though. That's the thing. That's the thing. Um, I have logged in with Facebook. That's impressive. That's impressive. Oh, and now it's a sign up. What do you mean?
Block me. Delete me. Ignore me.
Did my account get deleted? Oh my god. It doesn't matter. um,
Block me.
what is this?
Delete me. Ignore me. Ghost me. Block me.
What is this? I'm not talking about the anime provider. I'm talking about the recommendation system that they have in place. That's it. That is it. That is it. And then you said I also have another dental website design is still in development, but maybe you can give me some feedback or suggestion. Yes, if you have the link, please share the link. Share the link if you haven't already. You have already. Goddamn. Goddamn, so fast. That is a teeth. If I haven't seen one, holy shit. That's a massive teeth. Tooth? Teeth? I don't know. I don't know. The fact that these are made in Figma is pretty impressive. I'm not gonna lie. This is fun. This is fun. Teeth. One teeth, multiple tooth. Like one geese, two goose. Exactly. That's pretty cool. I like that footer. It's a nice ID. It's working. These things are fun. That's about it. That's an interesting block. I think it's because of the Figma behavior, but yeah. Overall, it's fine. The only thing that I don't like about it is the fact that this is for dentists, and dentists are not dark mode. You want like bright teeth, so you want your website to be bright. and I understand that it makes the teeth look brighter, um, and all of that. But the probability of having a dark mode website for dentists is really low. But you know, it could happen. I'm not saying no. Kind of am. Um, but yeah, god damn. Sorry, that's the thing that I was kind of working on. Um, like the probability here to have a website that is in dark mode is really, really, really low. Like we would have some blues, dentist, and some green, and that's about it. Like this is a white website, white, blue website, kind of white as well, white. So all of that is the thing that I'm seeing first. When I see this, I don't feel like this makes sense because a dark mode website for a dentist is just like off our usual thing. Which, if you want to stand out, could work. But again, like so far, we've seen two websites with this one that are like dark mode for the dentist things. And again, this is Pinterest, so it doesn't contain everything, but it has like a ton already. So yeah, nonetheless, the website itself is interesting enough, and it has like a nice it has a nice page, like layout, animations, other things here and there, like these make sense. You have proper presentation there, which is pretty good. That makes sense. Obviously, this will just, load properly based on what you have in the page and so on. So that's pretty good. That animation is clean. It's not something that is reanimated afterwards, so that's fine. This is okay. I don't know why that's blurry, because obviously I can't read it. But you know, that's that's a thing. I don't know why that is blurry. These are interesting, but I don't know exactly why they are here. And then I love this. I love that photo. The the only thing that feels weird to me is the dark mode again, and that thing which is the logo, which doesn't seems to be reused anywhere in the footer, and I don't understand what that is. Um, you know what? I understand what that is. That's the open hours. Based on the time right there. Seems to be the open hours. Um, Other than that, it's fine. It does its job. You may have some issues with readability in some things, like these buttons seems to have a text that is very tiny. I would probably double the size of the font, and I would probably like make the font a bit bigger for most of the other things as well. Like these are good, obviously, but these ones may be a bit complicated to read for some people. Other than that, it's good. Um, yeah, like these button needs bigger font. Same for the navigation. The rest is good. I like it. I like it. You may want to have like a bit of a texture, a bit of something in the background to make it not like pure black, but it works. It works. Anything specific you want me to pinpoint, take a look at, and so on? Let's come to this. I feel like I missed something. Um, When you say designing and pushing to prod, Denny, that's what I missed. You mean designing in code and then sending the things to prod on your own without having anything to, or anyone that just recheck? Is that what you're saying? Yeah. Mhm. I see. I also, this is making me laugh. If I remember correctly, this is what's that fav icon? Is this like is this, it kind of does look like 71. uh it is, it's not React, it's the other one. It's, I mean, it's the purple one, which is not Svelte. I forgot which one it is, but it's the default things for Vite is not this one. Vite is green. Oh no, Vue is green. Vue is green. You're right. Anyways. Yeah. I mean, again, going back to the current project that I'm on. Like, I'm a designer and so on, but I'm probably gonna not send a design file to the client whatsoever, just because it's gonna be much easier and much faster for me to just do that. God dang. And send them like the HTML file with everything and saying, well, we have like the colors that you need to use, we have the semantic tokens that are there, you have the typography, you have the icons that you would have within like the whole thing. So it's gonna, you know, have the correct buttons, the correct things, and such, and potential UI presentation of how it works and how things are. And I'm probably gonna send all of that instead of anything else, because it's just like such an easier way for me to present it. Even though there is some bugs and there are something that are not like necessarily as good, right now I would have like any and all um, of my components, my animations when we have animations, and how they look, how they behave. These magnificent toggles. I love this thing. Uh, I spent some time on this. Making sure that we have a properly sliding segment control and tabs. And all of that is just like, it's done in code because it's better. And it matches with the brand guide that we want. Like the fact that my tooltips are bubbles makes a lot more sense. So, all of that, all of that makes sense. Are they CSS only on their end for that client? They are using Tailwind, so basically the code is providing like a CSS style guide file that contains everything, and then from there I'm getting everything exactly where it needs to be, how it needs to behave, with all of the themes when themes needs to be in there. This thing on the side is broken at the moment, but They work. They shouldn't work the same way. Uh, but if you have like multiple themes to make sure that everything is working and so on, I made sure of that. And this is just like taking me out every time. So it's interesting. No, there is no JavaScript tutorial things. It's just like visuals. I don't really care. It's just like CSS stuff. And yeah, this is the design for the Mima project for now. As I mentioned earlier, um, the shortlist for the logo, because I'm still unsure, was this until this morning. And the direction until this morning was this. So we had these two logos as a base in presentation, which I think makes sense. Like two options, they have different themes and so on. And then I don't like it. And so I need something that makes sense. And I need to be able to just be like, well, yeah, that makes sense for the target audience, that makes sense for our goals, that makes sense for everything. And this, even though the client has been pretty happy with the direction that we were going toward with that M, specifically in the other ends, but like that's a whole lot of things. I am going in another direction right now because I feel like that this is better for the goals and the target audience and the website in question. So we'll see. I have a meeting with them tomorrow where they haven't seen this yet. They have seen basically everything else from the project, and the deadline is next week. So that would absolutely change everything that I have done here, because nothing would necessarily work with these new things and so on. And no, these are not my own icons. These are Iconly, which we talked about before. We went there in the past. And one of the reasons for this is because they have like some interesting systems when it comes to the icons that they are presenting, and they do have not in there. They do have in the curved icon things something that are making a lot more sense for the type of product that we are currently kind of working on. This makes no sense. The fact that this one is called a danger circle, but it's an information circle, makes no sense. The other one, the one that they call information, is inverted. So yeah. Anyways, the one of the reasons why I do like it is because they have a lot of animations that can be easily toggled within like their system, and therefore if you wanted to have something really really quickly animated without me having to go through the animation for anything, I can just like figure one out and just you know, take that. A lot of them are just like flipping content, which makes absolutely no sense to me, but a lot of them, like the 15 seconds, 5 seconds, and so on, are pretty useful. So when you click on it, you have the animation and so on. So yeah. Yeah, they kind of do. It's a bit of a weird thing because you end up with a JSON file that has the point like an SVG. Like it's basically the XML version of an SVG. So you have the entire thing, but yeah, it's fine. It's fine. What did I miss? I feel like I missed something. And yeah, that was the things. And Kane, no, this is not a design MD. This is a full design stuff. Like not even not just the MD file. It's the entirety of the style guide itself, right there. The logos, the assets, the things, ensuring that we have like all of that working, the animations, so that clients can just get it. Also, that broke. That was not the case before. So yeah, and the goal basically is just providing this with that's my toast. That's my toast. Yeah, no, that makes sense. Do that. So basically, I have everything, specifically the tokens the clients needs the tokens to be properly presented so that they can understand and can reuse them. So by using the Tailwind CSS behavior, we end up with stuff that are like making more sense. So, you know, it's the idea. The system that I have, which is going against what Stony has, is the fact that in reality, my colors are not a range of fixed color. They are mostly transparency, so that it works every time. So for here, for example, if I stay there and I go in dark mode, you can see that this is still bright. So still like a very bright color. If I use this and I go in dark mode, you can still see that this is well darker on this one, because this is an opacity at like 5%. It goes up to an opacity at 100%. Roughly, there is a bit of a fluctuation in the color code around here. But that's the idea, which gives us something that is a lot easier to put in place, because if you want something that is subtle in light mode, it's still going to be subtle in dark mode. So that's a system that a lot of design don't have. And yeah, that's the thing. That is the thing. You said, I don't remember if we talked about this already, but I'll share anyway, just in case. This is very much Variant UI webpage. Is it the same guys? Like, is that this? Are these the same people? God damn. We haven't checked that. No. That's crazy. One from to web mobile. I haven't seen that before though. It's very much, I mean, specifically this one is very much using the Claude dot, like the Claude front end skills. I can see that. Most of them are. But I have a feeling that these things are okay-ish. As in, they would work, but they also would not. In most cases, they would need like um, a lot more of a system. But this sidebar, at least with the icons, with the spacings and so on, that makes sense. Which Design MD is, I don't like them. I feel like it's a waste of resources. And why did I click on it? I know it's a file extension. Um, I don't like it because it's just like it has a ton more stuff that don't needs to be there, or at least don't need to be there in the beginning. And it is adding a lot of context that just don't need to exist. This is broken when it's on Chrome, but it's not broken when it's somewhere else. So that's sad. Anyways, we'll see. We will see. So it's basically the same thing, I guess. In a sense, it's the same thing as a Design MD, but it's also like more interactive, and instead of being an MD file, it gives you the CSS file, it gives you the assets. It's a full zip, so it makes sense. That's stupid. That is the goal. Anyways, I'm currently dying, so I'm gonna see if I can send you somewhere. And we'll see if we can do something about it. Donuts be live. That's crazy. Not donuts. Hot dogs is live. Who do we know? Who do we know? Coffee Then Code is live. Maybe be live. Maybe be live. Maybe live, you know. It makes sense. Anyways, thanks a lot for being here. As always, highly appreciate it. If you have questions and I'm not live, you can join the Discord to ask the question there, share the links and so on. If you have a big ass perfume collection, use that. If you have a big ass list collection, use this. And if you are learning Japanese, use that as well. Denny, I'm looking forward to a version of your website live-ish on Friday. That would be good. That would be good. That would be good. But yeah, we're gonna see what we can do. I have the meeting with the clients tomorrow, so that we'll see if they have some feedbacks on the new direction in which I want to take the project. Everything needs to be done this week and this weekend, because technically I'm getting kicked out of their Slack in about 8 days unless I upgrade to a paid plan, which is not going to happen. So anyways, as always, eat something, drink something, be kind to each other. I'm going to be back on Friday at 1:30 p.m. Paris time. And in the meantime, take care of yourself. Bye.